Do you see anybody, Jason?
Do you see anybody?
Here we go.
Oh my gosh!
Hi, Mama.
Oh, it's my baby girl. Hi.
Hi, Mama. No.
Are you surprised?
I guess
Yes.
we'll talk.
Yes. Hi.
Oh, look at Louie.
Hi, baby. Hi. Did you drive?
No.
You flew. We flew.
Are you surprised? Mom, did you know?
No.
Good. It was really hard. Pops is back there.
Yep.
Way to go, Pops.
Pops
This
did it.
was all Pop's
Yep, it's all
idea.
his idea.
Your husband, so you...
Pale eyed beauty, oh, you move me. Your tired side beat, just when I need to breathe. Smile, laugh, and bruise and bleed.
Do you see anybody, Jason?
Do you see anybody?
Here we go.
Oh my gosh!
Hi, Mama.
Oh, it's my baby girl. Hi.
Hi, Mama. No.
Are you surprised?
I guess
Yes.
we'll talk.
Yes. Hi.
Oh, look at Louie.
Hi, baby. Hi. Did you drive?
No.
You flew. We flew.
Are you surprised? Mom, did you know?
No.
Good. It was really hard. Pops is back there.
Yep.
Way to go, Pops.
Pops did
This
it.
was all Pop's
Yep, it's all his
idea.
idea.
Your husband, so you...
Pale eyed beauty, oh, you move me. Your tired side beat, just when I need to breathe. Smile, laugh, and bruise and bleed.
Do you see anybody, Jason?
Do you see anybody?
Here we go.
Oh my gosh!
Hi, Mama.
Oh, it's my baby girl. Hi.
Hi, Mama. No.
Are you surprised?
I guess
Yes.
we'll talk.
Yes. Hi.
Oh, look at Louie.
Hi, baby. Hi. Did you drive?
No.
You flew. We flew.
Are you surprised? Mom, did you know?
No.
Good. It was really hard. Pops is back there.
Yep.
Way to go, Pops.
Pops did
This
it.
was all Pop's
Yep, it's all his
idea.
idea.
Your husband, so you...
Pale eyed beauty, oh, you move me. Your tired side beat, just when I need to breathe. Smile, laugh, and bruise and bleed.
Do you see anybody, Jason?
Do you see anybody?
Here we go.
Oh my gosh!
Hi, Mama.
Oh, it's my baby girl. Hi.
Hi, Mama. No.
Are you surprised?
All right, I do believe we are live. Welcome back to another episode of We Not Me. We have got a lot to get through today, so bear with me. We'll be carrying a lot over to Sunday because there's a lot I just couldn't get to because there's just a lot of shit that happened. Oh boy. First off, want to send our well wishes and prayers for Miss Erica's mom, Eva. And I mean, she's in the hospital right now, so guys, send a ton of prayers out. Want to thank everybody for all the birthday wishes on Facebook, Telegram, text messages, birthday cards. I mean, it was just, I mean, just love you guys. I really do. Also, so we noticed that on the birthday wishes, there were responses to people's birthday wishes that were not by us, but it was under the guise of us. And instead of saying like, thank you, they're like, oh, trying to get you to buy crypto.
Yeah.
So yeah, report that one. If you ever see them, whoever it is, they're putting out there, just report them, get them done with. Want to thank Patrina that we met at the air show, Rochelle that we met at Bacon in Boise. I mean, the rest of the name is Bacon. How can you not go?
How can you?
And of course, Kevin. Running to Kevin in Vegas because that's where our layover was. So we went right around. We went to check out the Sphere. And we just sat around and talked. And we've come up with an idea. Now, I don't know how this idea is going to go, but actually there's a couple ideas. Because we want to get Kevin's channel out there and get him so he can go live and everything. That's why we have to have so many videos. So what we're thinking about doing is having a movie night where people recommend their conspiracy theorist movies, and we watch them
Dissect
from
them.
beginning to end.
Yes.
And we break what we see in it down and all that. Now, we won't be able to go live right away with it because, you know, you have to get so many views on your channel in order to go live. But Dina does have his channel. I believe it'll be listed in...
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll put it in the chats.
Yeah, in the chats and then in the probably comments. And also, Aaron Golay. It's a family member. And I'll let Dina take this one from here.
Okay. Well, so my niece, our niece, Shelby, is getting married. And she's marrying a music artist, Aaron Golay. And he gave us permission to share his music, use his music, so we don't have to worry about copyright issues.
Hey!
Yay! And I put the link in show description for anybody who wants to listen more or peruse his library of songs, because he has a few and he tours and things. So if you become a fan, on his website, he has his tour dates and locations and where he's going to be. So yeah, check it out.
Yeah, he's super, super great guy. I mean, he's just awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else was there? Let me see. There was a lot.
There's a lot.
I mean, it's just, you know, just let's see. Instance, recent.
A lot.
Mm-hmm. There's the shit with the Labubu dolls. We're gonna be going into like next week, because that shit's all evil. Because all after Pazuzu. Pazuzu was the wild man in Mesopotamian lore. So they're worshiping this Pazuzu, right? Under the Labubus. I know it sounds fucking goopy as shit, right? But it's, I think this shit's like, it's just like those ice cream trucks that everybody's talking about. You know, now we saw a video where they iced somebody. These people in these ice cream trucks, they need to start, you know, number one, you have a noise ordinance in your neighborhood, your town, your city. It's usually about 10, 11 o'clock. So if you hear an ice cream truck going at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'd be going out there with a shotgun.
Yeah, we got a problem.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, some of them are ice cream truck. No. If you have a bunch of missing kids and these ice cream trucks popping up everywhere, tell you what, if I saw an ice cream truck showing up in this neighborhood at night, all bail money could be sent to Venmo, PayPal, because they're not going to live after that. They can't. It's bad. I mean, there's so much to happen. I mean, Sackler 666 Park Avenue is on the market. Go figure. We're going to go through that. I mean, there is a lot. But the funny thing is, is that nobody caught the biggest part of this. It was in a photo. I'm sure when you see the photo, you'll understand why it's so big. Because if timing is everything, right?
Right.
I just gotta find it. Shit. Hold up.
Hold up. Wait
Wait
a
a
minute.
minute. Oh, why the Boo Boo dolls are so big now? This was Madonna's birthday cake. Pink Labubu, right? Happy birthday, Madudu. Yeah. Cute, right? Why not? So, so where I'm going with the whole Pazuzu, right? And the whole wild man. Well, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh went on a long excursion with a wild man. So was that Pazuzu? Because it's funny, all this shit's popping up, and then they found Gilgamesh's tomb, his corpse. It's not even a corpse. I mean, they're bringing them back to life. Because when in the drops, I know it's gonna sound crazy, when they mention clowns in America, guys, it's not the CIA. The Nephilim are the clowns, right? Why do clowns wear big shoes, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. Probably because they have more toes than 5. Like 6. Because isn't it funny that Kris Jenner, they came out and they were ridiculing her about her 6th toe? Really?
But she runs fast.
Yeah, she don't run anymore. She'd be running the gallows. It was a parade. Where in the hell is this thing? I'm trying to. What the hell is it? Oh, and so we were at the air show on
17th.
Saturday and Sunday,
Yep.
15th and 16th, right? 16th, 17th.
Yes.
18th on Monday, yeah. So, unfortunately, on Sunday, the last day, I had to go to the bathroom. But we saw
and
this.
While you were in said bathroom.
Yep. There was a gentleman there, and he had federal agents with him. And they're like, oh, he's the attorney general. I'm like, Rubio's the attorney general. And they're like, oh, a state. I'm like, which state? Because he looked jacked and all, like lean and all that.
Well,
Here
his
he is posing with Jay-Z.
Yeah.
With Dina's brother-in-law, right? See this guy right here? Guess who that is? Pull him up real quick. Because, yeah, I know names, but not faces. It's... Can't believe I missed this one. The 19th United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under President Trump in the current time was there right next to us, and I had no idea who the hell it was.
Yeah.
And he played defensive back for the Redskins and the Chargers, and he previously served as the Texas 33rd House District. Now, this guy's a badass, so...
But he's the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development.
Yes.
That's what he was in town for. So a meeting on Monday, the 18th.
And the funny thing is, Dina, what does all your family do, by the way?
They build subdivisions.
I mean, we're talking like massive, like these are nice houses, really, really nice. And well, we chatted some, Jay-Z, and yeah, we're gonna try to see what we can do here within the next year or two.
Yeah.
And see about migrating, but that's all floating around in the ether.
Yes,
I didn't want
it
to talk
is.
Dina that because I want Dina crying. Yeah, I mean, just being able to spend your birthday with your family again, makes a world of difference. Also, while we were gone, it seemed that there was a massive storm that hit. And we dug up these two pictures. Oh, what am I doing? Hold on a second. Damn it. Getting used to this again.
Yeah.
So I know it's fuzzy. I took it off of the New York Post website, their paper. So that's Chicago, right? 3 big lightning strikes. And they're those 2 big ones. Notice that just over Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
But they said that we got what, like 4 inches of rain?
Well, it knocked some branches down in the backyard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So fun tomorrow.
Yeah. And thanks to Allie. Thank you, Allie.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for babysitting the babies, keeping an eye on the place.
Yes.
Hope you're feeling better.
Yes. 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 And so remember when when Trump was talking about, like, when he's talking on a boat and being on an electric boat, and he's like, sharks or getting shocked, right?
Yeah.
So you're not going to believe what someone caught while fishing in the ocean. They're like, we've never, ever seen this before in our life.
Never, ever.
An orange shark. I was like, just chalk it up to, just.
Yeah.
And he's like, there's always something to it, And shit. Well, I guess we could start digging into some of this fun stuff.
All right.
Because there's so much of it. I mean,
Well, I just wanted to pop on and say thank you to everybody for all the love and well wishes while we were gone, guys.
Yes.
We sure did. And again, all the birthday love that you sent to Jason. I haven't replied on Facebook or Telegram. I haven't got there yet, but Jason did see them all.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go through them all and everything. That's just finding time because we left. Was it Tuesday? Our flight out of Boise was at what?
6:05.
6:05 p.m.
Yep.
And we had a layover in Vegas. That's when we saw Kevin and all that.
Yep.
We got back to the house at 7:30 in the morning.
Yep.
So
yeah.
It's a long day.
There's a
so
little time change, but it was a long day.
Yes, long day. So yesterday is predominantly sleeping, but good thing is that we brought notebooks. And I took documents with, and you're not going to believe the shit we found. I mean, this is good shit. So,
Yes.
When Trump met Putin on the tarmac in Alaska, now they had a B-2 bomber flyover with 4 of the, I don't know if they were the Raptors or if they were the F-35s, because they just had the F-35s at the air show. They didn't have the Raptor or anything like that because, guys, everybody's trying to steal the shit from the Raptor. Because the F-22 and the F-47 are going to be just massive, especially the F-47. I can't wait to see that. But when he met him on the tarmac, what time did he meet him exactly at the tarmac? Ooh, child. 11:11. 11:11 on 8:15. Now, why would that be so big, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. So, if on 8:15 was VJ Day, Victor over Japan Day, then you had them posing at 11:11. So you had the official end of the Second World War on 8/15, and the timing was the exact time/date of the end of the First World War. Odd,
There it is.
but no, I know. I'm sorry already if I hop around a little bit because I mean I tried to write this out as much as I could and I just started writing and where today's going to go is just
Yeah.
first we're going to talk about the Jews, mind control, born. We'll just go through August, why it seems like it's a hot month. So starting off, John Bolton, rated, right? Did anybody catch his address? 9107.
Isn't that a 17?
Bingo. Bingo, bingo, bingo. So, remember, everything has to happen twice, right?
Yep.
So, they talk about the Loretta Lynch meeting on the tarmac, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to have something to actually go against that, right? You have the antithesis. Meeting on the tarmac at 11:11 at Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson. ER. Maybe we're going to hospital soon. So, remember we said there's like two sets of dates and it's 10 days between, right? 8/5, 8/15, 8/25. I'm not saying 8/25 because of the birthday, you'll see why. Then you have 8/8, 8/18, and 8/28. Notice there's a 3.0 day between 8/5, 8/8, 8/15, 8/18, 8/25, 8/28, right? In fact, today, Sessions, the deposition, he gave a deposition today, which we have no idea about yet, but I'll bet you they're shitting bricks. Because remember, once they find out the Sessions started the Epstein investigation, shit's gonna hit the fan. So why would Trump have the National Guard called up to protect DC? Right? So far, they've cleaned it all up. They're like, oh, they're gonna have all these, the military walk around weapons. I'm like, you know what they're carrying around in DC? The military is they're carrying out garbage bags, guys. They're actually cleaning up the whole Capitol.
Yes.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nope.
So why 8/5 is so big was that. Let's see. Of course, I had to ask AI this shit because I just didn't feel like digging this stuff. Let's see. Okay. So, August 5th, Albert Pike, right? The Albert Pike statue. Well, 10 days, 8/15, right? Oh, one more thing. If anybody could please, for the love of God, we saw it one time and we forgot to save it. Scavino put out a video about the Washington Monument, right?
Yeah.
And it was a video, and he zoomed in at the top, but there was something coming out the windows of his blog, whatever. But there's something people missed. Why weren't the lights on? Could that be the red? Because there's two on each, because it's aluminum top, right?
Right.
Now, if anybody could find that, that'd be awesome. I would love to just,
And supposedly it was posted on Instagram.
yeah,
But I can't.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, the lights were off. The lights can't be off. Those lights have to stay on for aircraft.
Yep.
So if the light's being off and you see something oozing from those windows, because those flagpoles were big. Because remember, Trump was like, I'm putting one here, one here. It's to break up their whole pentagram, their broken pentagram. Because people are like, oh, it's not a complete pentagram. A broken one's even worse. You invite the evil in. Just makes sense, right? Yeah. But on August 5th, the United States in 1861, the United States imposed its first income tax to help pay for the Civil War. So now we see where we got our taxes. So why do we pay for a war that we didn't start? So who started the Civil War? Should we look at the little hats again?
I think we should.
They were the ones that were running slavery.
Yeah.
So, 1884, you know what? Here. 1884, cornerstone of the Statue of Liberty is laid on Bedloe's Island in New York Harbor. How many times are going to change the name of this island? No. 62, Marilyn Monroe's found dead. 81, Reagan fired over 11,000 air traffic controllers who've gone on strike. Yeah. See, that's the problem with the unions, because they think that, oh, well, we're not getting proper shit and all that. If you're in the middle of a contract or anything like that, you want to go on strike, you know, you work for the people. So by going on strike, you literally are screwing everybody else out of everything. Everything, making it unsafe. You know, they don't want to bring in people that don't know the job because, well, that's the Democrats' job. That's what they do. Also, in 2013, U.S. government announces the closure of several embassies in the Middle East and North Africa due to security concerns. Wow, that's MENA. So why would you announce the closure of several embassies? Well, if you close the embassies, you can pull off your Arab Spring, Hillary Clinton. Right? Right. Then, see, wait a second. What's the date? Because there's another date that, this is why sometimes I look at the AI and I'm just like, there's a problem here. What is it? 1 second. Okay. Sorry, guys. I should be able to remember that one. Oh, I gotta go in order. Shit. All right. Then we have August 6th. Why is August 6th big? Well, Hiroshima, right? Dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima during World War II, resulting in massive destruction and loss of life. This event marked a pivotal moment in warfare and international relations. Also on the same day, LBJ signed the Voting Rights Act, aimed at eliminating racial discrimination in voting, a significant achievement of the civil rights movement. Ah, good job, Jew. Good job. You know, way to be loyal. You know, just, he's a shitbag. And to think, I mean, the top 10 worst presidents, guys, that says a lot. 1978. Make sure you keep this one in the back of your mind. Cardinal Albino Luciani was elected Pope John Paul I, serving a brief papacy that lasted only 33 days before his sudden death. But what if 1991 was a big day? Because U.S. Soviet Union signed the START Treaty, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, right? So, I just want to make sure I got these in order. Yep. Let's see. 8-8. Oh, shit. Hold on. I gotta go back to 8-8. There we go. All right. 8-8. 1974. Nixon announces resignation from the presidency, becoming the first U.S. president to do so amid the Watergate scandal. His resignation took effect the following day. So technically, what day did he resign on? On a 17-8-9? 1945. Soviet Union declared war on Japan during World War II, shortly after the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, contributing to Japan's eventual surrender. They surrendered before this. They did not have to drop the bomb. Because remember, they're supposed to drop 2 bombs on 2 empty military installations, and that was the end. That was the playbook, done. But what happened? Here they come, the Enola Gay and whatever, of course, gay. And they dropped, Fat Man and Little Boy. 63, great train robbery occurred in the United Kingdom. Gang robbers made out 2.6 million pounds, equivalent of about 53 million pounds today from Royal Mail Train. Here's where we're going to get really with it, because I think next on the list, get rid of MLK Day. We don't need that shitbag communist. Martin Luther King Jr. he's the one that ruined the entire black culture. But in 1988, they voted to establish a national holiday. Why not, right? I hate these people. But kill them with kindness. 8/9, Nagasaki. 3 days after, always 3 days after bombing Hiroshima, contributed to the Japan surrender of World War II. No shit. Like the first one wasn't going to do it. But look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki today. They're booming. And then look at American cities. You'll see the problem. So, 1965, United Kingdom granted independence to Singapore, marking a significant moment in decolonization of Southeast Asia. Wow. Huh. The same where they show the Marina Sands, with the 3 buildings and the boats on top in the drops. 74, boom, Nixon resigned. Gerald Ford stepped in on 1988. U.S. House, see? So you just did it the day before. I mean, how many days do you want to do this shit? Oh, no, it wasn't even the day before. Yeah. Yeah, day before, 8/8. So how many votes do you need? But 95, U.S. government announced the end of the Cold War with the signing of the START II treaty, further reducing nuclear arsenals. So what about Israel? Why haven't they signed anything? Right? Let's see this one. Here we go. Okay. Now we're going to go to August 11th. 1492. That's when Columbus set sail from Spain on his first voyage to the New World. I have a huge hypothesis on this, and it's probably completely wrong, but who knows? What if Columbus wasn't Italian? What if he was a Phoenician, a Canaanite, and they were just moving the Jews over to the U.S. to actually seize land? Hey, let's throw them over there. Well, you threw them over there, and then what'd you do? You brought in all the Catholics, all the missions, right? So how else can you find Christian blood for your leavened and unleavened bread, right? You have to make them. So on these missions, remember, they took Jews with them. The Catholics did. No, Catholics and Jews. They all wore little hats. All symbolic to the Anunnaki. Because it seems like the blacks are happy the Anunnaki are coming back. Oh, God. And the Jews, well, don't give a fuck. Don't care where they go. As long as they're out of here. Now, also, because the Native Americans were here before the giants came. So now, when it comes to giants, are there still giants in the United States? Particularly like the Grand Canyon? I'd say yes. I would definitely say yes. Because why is it in America, if we want to say land of the free, and there's so much land that we're not allowed access to, how are we free? Right? So, 1965. Wonder who started this. The Watts riot began in Los Angeles, California, following an incident of police brutality. The riots lasted for 6 days, of course. Significant property damage and loss of life. Remember, everything's done twice, right? Remember, in the 90s, they had another Watts riot. The whole Reginald Denny and Rodney King and that shit, because it seems that compliance doesn't get through to their thick skull. All you have to do is comply. That's it. I'm not talking about all of them. We're talking about the low IQ ones. 1972. Last Apollo mission. Apollo 17 was launched, marking the final manned mission to the moon. There's just a problem with this. Where's Apollo 18, 19, 20, and 21? Those 4 went. It's like, why are they lying to us? Oh, hold on a second. See this real quick. Sorry, guys. See. I'm just checking this out real quick. Can we go bigger? All right. Well, that one, Wendy, that one actually shows the the lights being off on the Washington Monument, but there was blood leaking out the side, and where it ran down, it showed these symbols on the side. I'm like, what the hell is this now? Let's see how only 5 fingers, not 6. Check their toes. Because now we've got Kris Jenner, Obama, Clinton, Bush, all 4 are Nephilim. We know by the paintings. So when they speak of clowns in America, the Nephilim are the clowns. So clowns wear big shoes. That's why they're tight with the Shriners. Beautiful, right? Now, we go back to this. 1999, total solar eclipse was visible across parts of Europe, Middle East, and India, attracting significant public interest and media coverage. 2003, Northeast blackout necessary, occurred, affecting approximately 50 million people in the United States and Canada, making it one of the largest blackouts in North American history. So, go to August 13th, 1521. Hernan Cortez captured Teotihuacan, the capital of the Aztec Empire, marking the significant event in the Spanish conquest of Mexico. 1961, which is a 17. The Berlin Wall was constructed, dividing East and West Berlin, becoming a symbol of the Cold War. Sure about that? First episode of The Muppet Show started. Jim Henson, great guy. 1980, here's where it all begins. The Solidarity movement began in Poland, led by Lech Walesa, which played a crucial role in the eventual fall of communism in Eastern Europe. Wrong. Solidarity is one of the tenets of communism and socialism. That's nice. 1990, that's when Will Smith popped on the scene, and then he started sucking dick. Congratulations. You married a bald bitch, and you're a complete cuck. Other than that, you're still a shitbag. See, August 15th, 1769, Napoleon was born. Also, Japan announced the surrender to World War II, leading to the end of the world. The World War II, end of the war, VJ Day, Victory over Japan Day. Not VJJ Day. It's 1J, not 2. 1969, Woodstock. This is where it's going to get Mind Control, MK Naomi, MK Chickwit, all this. It's going to get real deep. Becoming a pivotal movement in music history and a symbol of the counterculture movement. And what were they doing a lot of? LSD, right? Remember that point for later on. Wait till we get to the Epstein stuff. This is gonna get great. Now I know everybody's like, oh, why isn't it over yet? It's like, guys, this is our time to shine. This is where we have to just suck it up and just say, hey, let the chips fall where they may, because right now the plan is all coming to fruition right in front of us. Because now you have the Democrats eating their own. They've got this one going after that one. They can't find Gisman Crockett anymore. Her and Al Green are fucking booted out of Texas. It's like, we voted for this. But remember, slow drip is greater than a flood. Because as we learned from the Twitter files, if they slow drip it, people can actually comprehend it and just add on to it. If you dump everything at once, everybody's all frazzled. They throw up their hands. They fucking walk away. They don't learn a damn thing. 1971, Nixon now announced the end of the Bretton Woods system, effectively ending the gold standard for the U.S. dollar. Wait till we see the dates on this. 1998, U.S. Embassy in Nairobi, Kenya was bombed by terrorist Jews, resulting in significant casualties and marking a pivotal moment in U.S. foreign policy regarding terrorism. Because remember, terrorism wasn't a big thing until 1947, 1948. Then go to August 18th, the same day that Barr testified, because it was funny that Barr testified and then Bondi had to have the documents the next day. So you see all these news things. Oh, Barr flipped in order to save his ass. You sure about that? Remember, it's more good than bad. But remember, we had our people on the inside the whole time. 1920, they could throw this off the books too, as far as I'm concerned. Nothing against the ladies here. It's the white liberal women that is the complete problem of all this. And that's when we have to suck it up and say, hey, can't blame anybody else but the white liberal women on this one. 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution was certified, granting women the right to vote, a major milestone in the women's suffrage movement. Yeah. Yeah. See, Battle of Britain, Alfred Hitchcock's film The Birds, premiered in New York City. Yeah, when does Bird sing, right? Also, Elvis Presley said died on August 18th. Yeah. Might want to clear that one, Pastor Bob, but hey, you know what? I'm not the one just sitting here just running my mouth. See, okay. Oh, shit. All right. Now, let's see. Let me remember this. One second. Oops, really ready. Yeah. Okay. Now, August 25th, 1609. Yeah. First performance of Shakespeare's play Hamlet is believed to have taken place at the Globe Theatre in London. Believed, right? 1883, Krakatoa volcano erupted in Indonesia, one of the most violent volcanic events in recorded history, leading to tsunamis and significant global climatic events. Wow, I thought climate change was our fault. I don't know. 1959. Its first successful test flight of Vanguard satellite took place, marking a significant achievement in the early days of the U.S. space program. Can we not name it Vanguard? Just 1978. Remember, mentioned a date earlier. I said, hey, remember this guy? Cardinal Albino Luciani was elected as Pope John Paul I, serving a brief papacy that lasted only 33 days before his sudden death. I thought that happened on August 6th. That's why you have to always don't trust AI for shit. Do your own due diligence and make sure you because I see a lot, there's a lot of people that, because we found some crazy stuff on ChatGPT and we still have yet to go over that because, I mean, that's just, but that's going to be one of those that, yeah, that's going to be one of those deep ones, but I don't know. It's one of those that, on a personal level, I don't know if you want to like talk about it because it's like, because usually, when people talk about, themselves and all that, it's like they get that ego and it's like, no, we don't. We thrive on zero ego. Because once again, how can anybody have ego in any of this when they're murdering, butchering, and eating children? that doesn't work for me. So, and I know it doesn't work for anybody else here. So, 28th, today, 1955, Emmett Till met his end, which is a catalyst for the civil rights movement, right? Of course, they needed at 1955, so it's after 1948, 7 short years later, right? Because, I mean, of course they'd blame a black kid, right? And you know who, when I say they. So, 1963, here comes shitbag himself. March for Washington for Jobs and Freedom took place where Martin Luther King Jr. delivers iconic I Have a Dream speech and advocated for civil rights and equality. Well, the bullet couldn't have hit him fast enough, and it should have taken out Jesse Jackson as well. Because they're all part of this. They all got to go. Not all the blacks. Not saying that at all. We're talking about these commie pricks. Time to lock them all up and throw them in. Hey, remember, they wanted to throw us in re-education camps. Well, maybe we need re-civilization camps. So they can learn how to be fucking civilized. Maybe. Also, 1973, U.S. Supreme Court issues a decision in Miller, California, which established a new standard for determining what constitutes obscenity. Nobody would have saw California on that one, huh? Now you could have just naked dudes out there with the dicks hanging out. Oh, it's Pride Month. Oh, no, just... That's when you need Napalm Month. Because that shit will stick to their skin and you're done. 2005, Hurricane Katrina. You know, the man-made disaster they did when they blew up the levee and decided to flood everybody out in order to just murder a bunch of blacks? Because, number one, why would you live in New Orleans? It's like living in a bowl, inside a bowl, and you're surrounded by milk, and you have a chip in your bowl. So what's going to happen? The water and milk's going to rush into the bowl. It's going to make for equal liquid displacement. That's all. 2013, 50th anniversary of the march. Remember the rally and speeches, including remarks from fucking shitbag, dick-sucking Obama himself. God, is that just... I want to know what the over-under is on how many fucking dicks he's taken. I'll take any number with a comma. With a comma. So, from, remember the 815s, right? There's 4 dates that want to make sure. 8/15/1871 to 8/15/1971. Right? That was the whole Albert Pike Giuseppe Mazzini letter, and then the whole Bretton Woods getting rid of all that shit, right? That's 100 years. Now let's take a step back. Let's go to 8/15/1945, which is the end of World War II. And let's jump it ahead to 8/15/2025, when Trump met Putin on the tarmac at 11:11 a.m. That would equal 70 years. So what is 10 plus 7, guys? You guessed it, 17. So, was this the war to end all wars? Because it seems like they're still going after everybody, because that's why Russia's still in Ukraine. You know, the Nesprovic or some shit like that. Because what they're doing is that they're driving Ukraine back and taking all the coastal land, right? All the coast. Because number one, Ukraine was always Russia. Until 1917, 1923, that's when the Jews started their shit, bringing in communism. You know, that's when Ukrainia and all those other, Crimea, all that shit. It was all Mother Russia to begin with. So they're just seizing all the coastline on the Black Sea, all right, so that they don't have any coast. If you don't have a coast with a port, you're not a legitimate country, are you? But then again, that's why Sergei Lavrov came out and said, well, we can't sign a peace agreement with Zelensky anyways because he is an illegitimate president. Remember, they didn't have elections. We've been in constant perpetual war for how long? And we've always had our elections. Now, whether or not they've actually, like, you know, accepted the voice of we the people, no. So they just put in who they wanted. That's why the whole Hillary bullshit just ugly. Now, let's see. Let's see here. Also, every dog has its day, right? August is National Dog Month, guys. And also, this is the funny part. So, from 10/7/23, you know, Hamas, to 8/3/25. 8 plus 3 is what? 11. 2025 is your basic 9. Your 11, 9, 9, 11, right? Do you think there's a coincidence that it's exactly 666 days? Because then, 8 days later, on 8/11/2025, that's when Trump announced that cities have 30 days to clean up their act, or the federal troops, the military will do it with garbage bags. With garbage bags. So, okay, let's put that down real quick. Drops. This. Sorry, guys. Our baby's been shut down for a while. So, go back 1933. August 26, 2018, right? Isn't it funny that 2 days, so 7 years and 2 days from this date, Sessions gave his deposition. That'd be today, right? Suicide weekend, hands up, 30, 28, impossible coincidence, we're in control, big week ahead, right? Why would it be suicide weekend? Who gave their deposition? Yeah, Sessions did. That's why when we went over all the ones, when Sessions, it just gave a brief, it's like, yeah, you're just going to come in and testify. It's like, okay. So, hands up, arrest, right? For who? For everyone. 30 in the kill box. 30-day warning to cities, right? Boom. What happened in 2 days, 2 days later? Right? Trump federalized DC. That's all he did. But did he federalize it? Or was it already gone and they just brought back the constitutional republic? Because so far, was it been 13, 15 days? Not one murder in DC. Isn't it funny the 17th day will be on 8/30, which is also a 9/11? But also that post 131. Oh, and it says impossible coincidence, we're in control, big week ahead, right? Next week. What's Monday? Labor Day. Another holiday you could get rid of. It's all built off communism, guys. That's all it is. Notice, whenever they change holidays, they always put them on work days so that everybody gets a day off. It's like, well, that's not right. Trump even said we have way too many holidays as it is. And there are. Then we look at 131, November 10th, 2017, Notice NatSec e-briefing, 3:02 a.m. Please stand by. So what was the NatSec e-briefing? Like an emergency briefing? Well, November 10th, if 11/11 was on the 15th, then 8/14 was November 10th, emergency briefing. But also, remember, 5 steps ahead. So e-briefing 3:02 a.m., that would have been Sunday. Because then, well, Sunday, been the 8:10 would have been the 10th. Or it could have been the 9th. 5 steps ahead, 8, 9. There's a 17. It's actually a double 17. You go 5 steps ahead. You got this covered November 10th, 2017, because the 11/11 timestamp, the NatSec e-briefing 3:02 a.m. Well, what'd they activate? They activated National Guard. That's all you got to do. And plus, so remember, Trump gave cities to clean up. He said, you guys have 30 days. Clean your shit up or we're coming in. That was on 8/11. What's today? 17 days later. Check out the sessions with the kill box. Backwards, outward. Let's see, you've got 10/7/23 to 9/7/25 is exactly 23 months, and that is 4 days before the 24th anniversary of 9/11, which we're going to find out some truth on that shit, because that's a 888, by the way. Let's see. So in 2009, Trump, he wasn't so much subpoenaed, but he went in and talked to the feds all about Epstein, right? Walked in, gave him, spilled everything. That was in 2009. What's 9 plus 2? And 11. When is it all coming about full circle? 2025. What's that? It's like a 9/11 again. Just like Virginia Giuffre died on 4/25/2025. There's another 9/11. Why the 9/11 is so big? Because it's etched in stone. Remember, on all these places, they have it's all Roman numerals. You got the 1, the XX1. That's a 9/11. Just split it in half. It's symmetrical. Folds over. Think mirror. Let's see. Oh. So on 8/22, Trump was given that speech about he mentioned the World Cup. And he mentioned numbers, right? He mentioned 6 million, then 6 billion. It's like, bud, where's number 3? Number 3's in the date. Add 6 days. Today, sessions. 666. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Yeah. Now, just photos. Let's see. So then he fired this off. Make Washington, D.C. great again, right? Now, this picture says a lot. Eyes to see, ears to hear. Because when we go through this, remember, he's on the ground, he's with his men, and he's hitting the streets running. You know, when have you ever seen anybody else like that? Never, right? But that 8/21/25, 6:45. So the Pike statue raising, when they mentioned it, was at 4:00 a.m. on 8/5/2025. So since it was at 4 a.m., you have to count 8/5 as day one, because you can't count the next day because you still have you haven't passed noon. You have to pass noon in order to get to the next day. Count the next day as day one. So then 8/5 is day, right? Day one to 8/21 is 17 days. And he's on the ground in DC. probably saying, "Yeah, I don't think we have to put that statue up." But what exactly are they doing? They're breaking the whole satanic spell. It's what they've got to do. Because then, when you take 821 and you take the little magic number 6, subtract it, you get 815. Same date as the letter. Shit, here's what's going to get some deep shit, I think. Well, no, I know. Because, let's see, you know what? I do have a video. I know. You guys, just so much shit came out. Let's see. Oh. I can't believe this shit. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the YouTube chat. Oh. All right. Okay. Trying to get rid of all these ads before I pull it up because no. Fuck. Oh. Now. Oh, give me 1 second. All right, where were we? So, remember a couple weeks ago we were talking about the whole September 11th Memorial Fund for all the fallen and that they've been getting screwed over. I mean, August 23rd, 9/11 families blast skyrocketing salaries of September 11th memorial execs as it bleeds taxpayer money. It's a slap in the face. You don't say. Huh? Executive salaries are skyrocketing a nonprofit that runs a 9/11 Memorial Museum, even as it continues to hemorrhage money, infuriating families of the victims. Wait till you see the twist in this. Built to remember the September 11, 2001 terror attacks and honor nearly 3,000 people killed. Would have been more if the Jews would have went to work. Funny how that works. And National September 11th Memorial Museum has struggled to stay above water despite attracting a reported 9,000 visitors a day. 2020, Post revealed doled out bonuses. 12 top officials, bonuses. Not the families, the top officials, right? Despite having to lay off or furlough 60% of its staff after closing for 6 months during the pandemic and landing $47 million in the red for the year. That's an 11. Funny how that works. 2020, also it's a 4, 11-4. Of course, you got your double black cube inside. Because what's a memorial without worshiping a black cube, right? If only people knew what they're doing. 3 million visitors a year walk around this, look at the names, and they're worshiping Saturnalia. Makes no sense. 4 years later, the bleeding and oversized executive salaries hasn't stopped. Of course not. Museum managed to lose nearly $20 million last year, even while charging $36 admission fee and $85 for a combined museum memorial tour. Now, 36, that's 3 sixes, right? And then $85 for a combined museum memorial tour. 85 is your 13. Nonprofit brought in $93 million in 2024, including at least $4.5 million in taxpayer money, but racked up $112 million in expenses. On what? Leading the list of expenditures were bloated salaries of top brass. And you're not going to believe what's in the picture, guys. The bell from the drops. Right there. It's all about 9/11. Because this is pretty much the only time that we have been attacked on our homeland by our frenemies the UK, Canada, the Jews, of course, because you can't say Israel anymore because you got to count them all. That's it. Elizabeth Hillman took over CEO. Yep. Pocketed 856 grand. 775,000 base salary, 34,500 in retirement deferred compensation, and 45,000 in other benefits. 63% raise in 2 years. Alice Greenwald, which is A and G, which is a 1 and 7, point out 502,999. What made you get a raise? Joshua Sherwin, executive VP, 486,000 last year, 410 base, 75,000 in other compensation, eye-watering 78% increase what he made in 2020. Then you had this bitch, Allison Blas, 458,000, 388 base salary, and then 70,000 in benefits. But hey, let's not give any of the benefits to the people that actually need it. Museum director Clifford Channon saw his pay jump 66%, 267,000 in 2021 to 444,000 in 2024. For what? If you're always losing money, how do you keep on hemorrhaging it and giving everybody else money? Of course, all Jews, guys. David Sheehan went from making 109,000 in 2019 to 432,000 in 2024. But yet the families aren't getting any money. Of the museum's 411 total employees, 13 made more than $100,000. Total payroll of $34 million in 2024 compared to $22 million in 2020. Surging salaries amid continuing financial morass. Morass is a swamp. Confounded and angered 9/11 families, which it should. The losses keep going and the salary keeps on going up. How do you justify these salaries? Jim McCaffrey retired FDNY firefighter. His brother-in-law firefighter Oriole Palmer died in 9/11. Another slap in the face of families, more pain and grief to add to heartache. Just fucking nuke Israel. Just do it. Just fucking level it. And then grab all the ones here, send them over there and fucking level it again. Don't care. Because we've got some stuff to go through and you'll see why we came to that conclusion. Because I know people are pretty much like, well, you can't say about all of them, but you know what? Honestly, it's their religion. They're a part of that religion. You can leave that religion. But remember, they always say, oh, I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew first. Yep, because you don't have a homeland. People without a home, home without a land. People without a land, land without a people. Just like they've been saying forever, and that's a complete lie. Of the 93 million revenue, the high-profile foundation took only 10.3 million in private donations. Most of the cash, 69 million, came from the sale of tickets, tours, memberships, and souvenirs. Nothing like selling souvenirs to one of the worst fucking things that's ever happened in the United States. Maybe they're covered in asbestos too. Bulk of the nonprofits, 4.5 million government funding came from National Park Service, plus 500,000 from New York State taxpayers, and between 110,000 and 350,000 from New York City. So New York State taxpayers ended up paying 500,000. People are like, oh, well, that's just, pennies per person. It's like, it's still fucking pennies, people. They're still embezzling the money out from underneath you. While salaries and budgets deficits grow, tickets skyrocketed 50% for the $24 adult museum entry fee in 2015 to $36 today. Of course, 24, that's a 6, and they have to 36, because it's only $12 more. They just go along the lines of their 6s. Organization's $112 million is expensive for 2024, including a $34 million payroll, $13 million for janitor services. You want janitor services? Have I don't know, people that are serving crimes for misdemeanors and all that. Let them do it. Just like all the trash and everything on the highways, go back to grabbing them out and getting the chain gangs. And you want to clean up America? There's your labor right there. And $10 million for private security. It paid another $7 million to rent to the Port Authority, which owns the World Trade Center site, including the land beneath the museum and memorial. Foundation doesn't pay for NYPD and Port Authority police patrols of the grounds. You don't say. Foundation counted $28 million for depreciation, depletion, and immortalization of its equipment and furnishings, which gets counted in the loss column. It's a fucking museum. Everything gets... How is it depreciating when people are still coming to see it? That's the dumbest shit. A non-cash expense, and if that didn't count that, would have finished with a cash surplus. Well, the depreciation is you guys paying all these fucking people hundreds of thousands of dollars. What are they doing in their other job? Because you know this is just a little side project for them. They're not there 100% of the time. Experts explain that depreciation is something that all nonprofits and corporations are required to count because it essentially spreads the cost of big ticket items like aging infrastructure and equipment over time rather than hitting the books all at once. Well, if you're worried about the cost of big ticket items, like the removal of the asbestos out of towers 1 and 2, you could have not bought it, or you could have done the Silverstein thing. Well, it's like, yeah, we'll just bring them all down. I got some Jews over in Israel. You know, the gelatin and B team. I hope people know that we're not stupid in this. Though paper loss healthy and well-run organizations should finish in the black despite depreciation, as they should. GuideStar, a charity watchdog, gives the foundation its lowest rating in the 4-tier system. Guys. That charity watchdog, GuideStar, where have we seen that before? Basic registry for identified global entities. GuideStar was one of the ones along with Google, Hewlett Packard, all that had to do with all, cloning. Let's just say, just throw it out there because, I mean, there's a bunch of people that aren't real out there. So, I mean, if you're new to this, sorry. If you're not, you know. Museum's trustees include celebrities such as Robert De Niro, Billy Crystal, and Jon Stewart. Of course, you have 3 fucking Jews on the trustee board. Former Mayor Michael Bloomberg is the board chairman. There's 4. He gave $15 million to the nonprofit as a personal loan to get it off the ground. I'll bet you charged interest. Bloomberg Philanthropies donates every year, giving between $100,000 and $250,000 in 2024, according to nonprofit's annual report. Billionaire. Because where are these philanthropies getting the money from? From us. USAID. Bloomberg Philanthropies did not respond to the post request for comment. Why not? Why not, Mike? From the very beginning, it was clear that 9/11 Memorial Museum would not only be the most expensive memorial museum ever built on the planet, but also the most expensive to operate and as well. Slam Glenn Corbett, professor of fire science at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and advisor of 9/11 firefighter families. 9/11 Memorial and Museum, first full year of operation, ended in the red with cost outstripping revenues by $25.2 million. Corbett and the victim's family had long called for National Park Service to assume control of the complex, make it federal. In fact, you could put that memorial museum, because now that we know who did it, maybe we get rid of all these Holocaust museums. Now that was paying out bloated salaries by asking Congress for handouts. Typical Jews, right? Heart of the family's long-running bitterness with museum leaders and their continued refusal to put the remains of 1,100 still unidentified victims anywhere but the building's basement, ignoring the pleas of families while they profit on their tragedy. Yeah, because remember, a lot of people they didn't find because you pretty much get vaporized or something like this. So what'd they do? First things first, hey, we got to get rid of the evidence. Ship it to China. And then they were shipping it to, which island was it? It was one of like a death island or something like that over there in New York. They used it as a staging area. They just put all the bodies there. Just dumped it all there. Just whatever. There's the bell again. So yeah. This bitch making $900,000 a year. Just like the bitch over in Los Angeles making over $700,000 a year to make sure there's water in the hydrants. You could have paid somebody $70,000 to do that. Easily. Go to That's your job. You go to make sure all the hydrants are full. You would think that they would have it in a computer system where it shows where the water flow is. Well, they still profit on tragedy, unpatriotic and un-American, disrespectful for everyone who died for the USA on 9/11. We didn't die for the USA. USA was murdered by Israel. Just to say that they could put a flex out there because, they had us on blackmail. 2016, before Trump, House of Representatives passed a bill to grant up to $25 million a year to the foundation, but never passed the Senate. I'm sure the Senate was run by yeah, it was. The Senate at the time, I believe, was run by the Republicans, and then the Democrats, and it flipped again. So they just, all this gerrymandering, they're all shitbags. That's all they are. One more here. Yeah, they need to just hunt this bitch down. 23rd. Here's what Jessica Tisch said when asked if she'll run for New York City mayor in 4 years. You think that's a good idea? I'm not a politician. I'm a public servant. Receive a rousing welcome from roughly 100 people. A Southampton hotspot. Per an attendee who called the reception tremendous. Yeah, doing a terrific job, right? Bullshit. Get that filthy kike, throw a noose around her, and fucking just launch her off a fucking bridge. Her, everybody in her whole family, her fucking daddy, dig up Lawrence Tisch, dig him out of the ground, piss and shit on him, burn him, throw him back in. That's what we ought to start doing. They did to a Pope. Do it to anybody. It's saying that she's a public servant. Of course she is. She's trying to cover up all the crimes that Mega was a part of. Sounds like a cleanup crew, huh? She opposed President Trump bringing National Guard or troops to patrol New York City. Fuck you, bitch. They're coming. They're coming in hot. We're taking our shit back. And we're getting rid of all you fucking filthy Jews in this whole fucking nation. In fact, the world. Because if you notice, nobody wants them in their countries. I wonder why. I guess fucking, 1,030 incidents at least recorded well before all this. Because they haven't even counted all the stuff that they've been doing since 1980, 1990. Violent crime is at record lows. Yeah, that's a lie. NYPD is best police department, best trained. Yeah, especially their Jew section, right? Right? She said some rhetoric at protests disgusting, deeply offensive. Bad. The NYPD has to respect freedom of speech. Wow. Oh. Respect freedom of speech. So, is that why if you were to burn the Israeli or the fag flag, you get arrested? That's why Trump turned up the heat and said, on the 25th, he said, you know what? You burn the flag, you're in prison. And now you have all these other cucks come out and say, that's a violation of freedom of speech. Fuck you. If you think that's violating freedom of speech by burning the flag, then leave. It's really that simple. Get the fuck out. And she says she loves her job as police commissioner, as she did her prior stint as commissioner of the Department of Sanitation. What does the Department of Sanitation deal with? Tunnels? Roughly 100 attendees were either backers of former Governor Cuomo or Adams, but mostly had frontrunner Democratic candidate Zohran Mamdani on their mind. People are grappling on how to deal with Mamdani. It's easy. It's a .45 caliber shell. You put it in the gun, and you point at his head, and you pull the trigger. It's time to kill a commie for mommy. That's it. Oh, her father, James Tisch, also attended. You could fucking round him up, too. All of them. Yeah, they should level the Hamptons too. That'd be cool too, but baby steps. Baby steps. Let's see. And then, oh, here we go. This one I have to go back and grab. This. Okay, gonna put this in the YouTube chat if it can be kindly transferred. This one's a nice one. Yeah. 1 second here. Let me see real quick. I gotta put a video in here. Gotta go to the bathroom. That's a good thing about doing stuff live, huh? Yes. Here we go. Oh, you haven't seen Spicy yet. Wait till we get the mind control. So I put a video in the YouTube, and if it could get transferred to Rumble, it'd be greatly appreciated. And this one happened 5 days ago. So now I can use the excuse of, well, I wasn't on, so we could use older videos, so nobody complains. But nobody complains anyways. Usually the people that do a thumbs down, they complain, but welcome. Thanks for thumbs down.
Jewish tourists seen removing Christian cross from UK hotspot before replacing it with Star of David. Symbolic. But anyway, footage has emerged of what appears to be a group of Jewish holidaymakers removing a cross made of stones on a Welsh hill and using the rocks to create a Star of David display. The 60-foot-long cross was found in the popular tourist hub of Llandudno, northern Wales. The structure was entirely made up of loose stones and has stood on the hill below the Great Orme summit for at least half a century, which means it's a very important cultural landmark. And there it is there. They've taken all the stones away for the cross and they've used it to build that. Although some people have, like, obviously used the stones to build other things, but I would say, you know, don't be a dickhead, right? Like, see if there's something that someone's already built and it's something as important as the cross, then just leave it be. Go find new stones. However, they've decided to be cheeky bastards and do that. The footage sparked outrage online after it showed what looked to be a group of youngsters wearing traditional kippa headwear removing stones from the much-loved Christian display. It went on to show the youths take the stones further along the hill and make a Star of David, the symbol of the Jewish faith. It is unknown whether the Star of David display was finished by the group or how many of the stones which made up the cross were taken. Adults accompanying the group appeared to be looking on while the group dismantled the structure. That's the thing is, like, one thing that you should do whenever you visit any country is just show simple respect. Just show simple fucking respect. Right, it's very easy. Especially for, like, their culture and stuff like that. I try my best to avoid it. See, because I don't drink, it's actually pretty easy. I try my best to avoid the British holidaymaker stereotype, and I definitely try and avoid the Scottish holidaymaker stereotype, where we get, there's a big meme where we get extremely heroically fucking drunk and have to be escorted home because we get blind drunk in foreign countries and go, where the fuck am I? And then we don't know how to get back to our hotel. So there's a bit of a meme of people having to escort us home, and it's a bit of a nightmare because we are singing and trying to fight people on the way back. So that's the meme, and I don't have to do that because, well, I've got Google Maps and I barely drink. I say barely, I rarely drink. Like, I honestly, once in a blue moon, I know. I don't fit the stereotype, I'm afraid. Initial footage of the incident was posted on Facebook, which sparked furious reactions in the comments section. One user fumed, if a Christian dismantled a Star of David to build a cross, we would be put in prison and face hate crimes. That is absolutely correct. absolutely 100% correct. If it was a Star of David and people went up there and dismantled it to create a cross, the police would be involved instantly and everybody would be rounded up. However, when it comes to this, these guys won't even get a talking to, probably. Another commented, sorry, but this cross has been on the arm for years. Show respect to any religion. After the video surfaced, locals headed to the hillside to restore the stones back to their original positions. And the cross was restored fully by the end of the weekend. Wonderful. Scott Pudney, who helped restore the landmark, said, I've just been up the arm and thankfully normal service has been restored. I just finished off the last couple of corners just to make sure, as someone has already cleared most of it. I helped restore the cross, not for any religious purpose, it's just that it's been a part of Llandudno for more than 50 years and looked after by locals and holidaymakers alike. Orthodox Jewish communities have visited Llandudno for over 100 years. Why? Fuck knows. Professor Nathan Adams, who has documented Jewish history in the north of Wales, said, these actions, if verified, have been committed by a tiny minority of Jews and should not be allowed to obscure the long history of Jews visiting and living in Llandudno that dates back over 100 years.
Throw them all out. All of them.
There's that tiny minority thing again. It's only a tiny minority of crowd, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, shut. Llandudno, if we don't get to use it, you don't get to use it. Llandudno has and continues to have a fascinating Jewish heritage, which we are continuing to explore. Wasn't aware there was Welsh Jews, all 7 of them. But anyway, however, these actions in no way justify the outpouring of anti-Semitic prejudice I have read on Facebook, and it didn't take much to reveal the depth of prejudice bubbling beneath the surface. Shut up. Right, so basically it was just an act of vandalism on an important and sacred religious thing. There's basically damage to it. So if it was the other way around and Christians dismantled the Star of David and built that and built a cross out of it, the police would be down there arresting everybody post haste. So I look forward to the police doing a similar thing to this group, but I won't hold my fucking breath.
Yeah, so where's that whole Judeo-Christian, right? Right? I wish a fucking motherfucker would at that point. But remember, they don't have guns, they don't have knives, they completely cucked their monarchy. So, what are you gonna do about it? I mean, you literally have all these fucking yard apes fucking run around all your fucking countries, from Pakistan, from Somalia, from Uganda. Oh, that's another thing. This whole Kilmar Abrego Garcia, okay, keep America great, right? How do you keep America great? By getting rid of all of them. Well, his attorney seemed to have a conniption about where they want to send him. They said, you can't send to Uganda. He doesn't speak the native language. Guess what the native language is in Uganda? English. English. He had the choice to go to Costa Rica. Thank God, because we do not need him down by Carol. Carol would totally whip his ass. So we've got back to this article. Oh, hold on a second. Stop it. New York City's most secretive mansion stands the list for the first time in decades following the death of its heiress owner. Guess who it is? New York's most secret and storied mansion stands the list for the first time in decades. Luxury real estate agents can't wait to see it. In May, Dame Jillian Sackler, widow of the Purdue Pharma kingpin Arthur Sackler, died at age 84 from esophageal cancer. Too bad. Now, remember, said in May, right? May. Esophageal cancer. Hopefully they beheaded her or lynched her. Either way, it works. Since the 80s, Sackler had been the primary resident of Devilish Address at 666 Park Avenue, a triplex masonette at the base of 660 Park Avenue, Co-op Tower, which stands at East 67th Street. She shared it with her late husband and died in 87. One-of-a-kind dwelling will go into head into a new generation of ownership. Not likely. Because when you hear all the shit that, yeah, this bitch should have been fucking just tortured. Dame Julian Sackler passed away. Now it's June. So this Christopher Cameron saying that she died in May and then she died in June. Which is it, bud? You're the journalist. Shouldn't you be doing your due diligence? She's the widow of Arthur Sackler, died in the 80s. Member of the now-disgraced Purdue farmer family, of course. Be 660 Park Avenue. This one's 660. It's actually 666. That's their entrance. Cute how they did that. In case your family name doesn't grace a wing at the Met, here's a little catching up. Masonette is a stuffed pheasant of a rare field Manhattan real estate, townhouse-like residence within a larger building, usually on the ground floor with separate entrance. Spot their inconspicuous front doors, easily mistaken for entries in the doctor's office around Beekman and Sutton Places or 5th and Park Avenue. Though traditionally bearing the number 666 mark, it appears the address had changed recently to blend in with the existing 660 edifice, with the address marked 660M. Address aside, this purchase is non-peril, even with this competitive money, no object milieu of Upper East Side roots. Surely, New York Times discussion 81, the greatest masonette ever constructed in New York. Now, it's massive. It occupies the complete second, third, and fourth floors, each roughly 4,000 square feet in a 14-story, 12-residence building decked out like an English country seat. 50-foot-long, 24-foot-high drawing room dressed with 18th century pine paneling, excised from the old Speetsbury House Manor in Dorset, sits comfortably. So where did all this shit come from? This shit was way before any of us were here. Area between there are between 21 and 27 rooms in total, has served as vessels for early 17th century French chancellery from the Chateau de Courcey in northwestern France. Probably a bunch of fucking other flamers. Sections of Georgian paneling pinched from the house on Grosvenor Street in London. The Grosvenors, we went over them too. That whole family can go fuck themselves as well. Just writing wood chippers. As well as Sackler's bowerbird hoard of antiques. Let's see what he liked to collect. Arthur collected Renaissance Magnolia, Shang Dynasty Oracle Bones. Why in the hell would you have Shang Dynasty Oracle Bones? What kind of voodoo witchcraft you guys doing with these bones? We already know you're doing it. Just let us know. Post-impressionist paintings and whatever else he get his hands on. Like souls of children. Elsewhere, Corinthian columns frame a large window, a grand oval staircase slithers past a mezzanine, ornate chimney pieces radiate warmth, and a wonderfully obsolete card room receives guests. At the time, most built plans called for 10 servants' rooms. Yeah. Wouldn't you have that, like, like servants' rooms, butlers' rooms? I mean, you could easily put bars on the windows and shit like that, or doors, or keep whoever you want in there. Who knows? Original price, $185,000. Kid vote. See, there's 666 right there. Now, here's where it gets juicy. If you include the entrance at a small foyer and stairway, it's actually a quadruplex apartment. Since Alpern, I'm not going to go through his names. Those guys are assholes. If all seems offensively old-fashioned for a building built in 1927, the height of the Jazz Age, it wasn't. That's the point. Developer Frederick Ecker, a captain of Metropolitan Life Insurance, tapped Stade and conservative architects York and Sawyer to conceive the limestone facade. A firm best known for institutions like banks, clubs, and colleges, not to mention the New York Historical Society. So this York and Sawyer, they're the architects that, just like the Freemasons, they go around and they claim this, we did that. Then who built it? How'd you get everything there? I mean, you did have cranes back then, but realistically, I mean, right before the Great Depression, the Jazz Age, it would be erected in opposition to the emerging Chrysler Building modernism with the coating and sitting in chrome. The same one that was hit by a military plane and it's still standing. They just repaired it. Nothing to see there, right? Wasn't known as rigid traditionalism, but a city that never sits still, where homes are expected to be updated with the latest fashions, and where developers dice up historic charmers like mad vivisectionist number 666 somehow survives as much as always has. Of course, you're right in the fucking devil's den. You're in New York City. I can't imagine that Sackler made changes to any significance in the main rooms at Alpern. I suspect that he threw together some of the maids' rooms. There were a ton of maids' rooms and only a couple of guest rooms. I'm sure he updated the kitchen and bathrooms and air conditioned the place and probably put in new electricity. But other than that, I would bet that the place probably looks very, very similar to the way it looked when it was first built. Alpern suspects that all because only a few privileged visitors have seen inside the home in recent decades. Moreover, it has only had 4 owners in nearly 100 years. Those who have toured inside included Imelda Marcos in the early 1980s. She bought the contents of the home at the time. Wonder what kind of contents, right? And more recently, singers Pavarotti and Domingo. Home is otherwise a closed book. Its most recent photos come from a 2002 Architectural Digest feature. And this isn't it. Interior of Vanderbilt's former Fifth Avenue mansion. And that was it, right? Exterior of the former dwelling was stood at 52nd Street and Fifth Avenue. Wait till you see how this gets. As for a slightly satanic sounding address, slightly. It's not 665 or 667, it's 666. That's just slightly. Thank turn of the century socialite Virginia Fair Vanderbilt for that. Oh, you mean like the Gloria Vanderbilt picture with her and Kathy Griffin and what was it, Anderson Cooper with all the satanic shit? Newly unwed from Playboy hubby William K. Vanderbilt II, she ditched the family nest, a Stanford White designed palace at 666 Fifth Avenue, to custom design the maisonette at 660, for which she paid a then record-setting $185,000 in 1926. Insisting on a separate address, she christened it number 666, a reference to her former Fifth Avenue digs. It's a brash exercise in real estate one-upmanship and perhaps spite. No, it's all fucking demonic. But then again, the asshole don't know if somebody dies in May or June. All you have to do is do a quick search to see exactly when they died. Not long before, Vanderbilt's ex-husband had moved into another maisonette across the street at 655 Park Avenue. Hers was better. Hers was bigger. Trump card played. And she never moved in. Instead, she fled further uptown where she commissioned a new standalone mansion at 60 East 93rd Street, which last traded hands in 2022 for $52.5 million. Oh, a standalone mansion in the middle of fucking New York, and it's going for $52.5. But then that orangutan from New York City, you know, Letitia Sasquatch James, wants to say, oh, Mar-a-Lago's only worth $18 million. Now she's getting fucking her shit packed. Bigger than shit, especially at Engeron, too. They're taking them all out. They already did. But Prohibition-era booze business behemoth Seton Porter picked up the pieces. He purchased number 666 and completed the construction, creating much of what can still be seen today. Whenever you hear Prohibition era, you know something's coming with it. Tunnels. There's a Masonette. Turn the page up Park Avenue. But now many years on, because this kind of residence find its next owner. No, it can't, because when you see what you have to have, it's going to be just bonkers. Corcoran broker Kane Manera, especially with the name Kane, come on guys, really? Said that Masonettes are a unique niche of New York's upscale real estate environment and attract an equally niche buyer. Like a bunch of fucking homos. Homos and Jews. One and the same. Like townhouses, he said they typically trade at a lower price per square foot compared to upper floor apartments. The most recent sale in the building was back in 2022, and billionaire heiress Erin Lauder sold her 11-floor spread to Goldman Sachs exec for $19.5 million. Erin Lauder. You mean Ronald Lauder's daughter, which Ronald Lauder is the head of the World Jewish Congress. Despite being roughly 3 times larger, Maneras doesn't think you could simply triple that price for Sackler's shack. People want a view, they want light, they want privacy, he said. Some people don't feel secure with their door directly on the street in New York. Other people are completely fine with it, especially if you're going to take the address of 666. But why not? There are other obstacles too. Anybody in real estate, if they could actually just, this will blow your mind. The building is ruled by a tough board. We got to find out who the board is of this building. Insider said that will put any potential buyer through the ringer. The co-op also requires the deals to be made in cash with multiples of the sale price held in liquid reserves. Why would you need that? The weakest segment of the luxury market is high-end Park, Fifth, and Central Park West co-ops, said real estate appraiser Jonathan Miller of Miller Samuel. Condo invasion has crushed the co-op. In fact, over the last decade, values for high-end co-ops are lower. The problem is that difficult co-op boards are devaluing these places by being a barrier to entry. The other thing is that the new condo product is tall in general and narrower, so they have 360-degree views. So the co-ops are like your HOA in a neighborhood, but worse, because they have money and a lot of pull. Cost of living history. It's a small matter of a splendiferous, anachronistic outfitting. But you can't tell us what month she died. Buyer wants to take on the preservation or reinvention of a home this dated on this scale, maybe 1 in a million. Still, experts guess that a ballpark of 40 million, give or take, sounds about right without having seen it. So long as the interior is not landmarked, and as long as you and your designer can take the best of what's there and incorporate it into something more livable and modern that doesn't feel like the interior at Harvard University, you have exciting potential. So you don't even know if the interior is landmarked. So you might buy the place and say, well, I want to change this. Like, you can't. You got to keep it the same way. Finally, there's a question of the previous owners. June, there was roughly 7.4 billion judgment against the Sackler family and Purdue Pharma for peddling opioids. In the month of 2025, that's a 9/11 again. Roughly 6.5 billion of those funds will come from the family's personal fortunes. Another 11. However, Arthur purchased number 666 and died years before the company started its OxyContin campaign. Don't fucking matter. Jillian isn't specifically named in the settlement. Couple produced no children. It's currently unclear who will inherit the home or if they'll get tied up in settlement. Details which have been released. Yes. Sell it and give it all the victim families. He died over 30 years ago, and he's a scapegoat, Jillian told Washington Post in 2019 in defense of her late husband's legacy. It's absolutely incredible. This is where it just gets... Remember, May or June, regardless, Miller thinks that for the right cloven-footed billionaire, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to raise a little hell. The majority of the billionaires are, cloven-footed. They have hooves. Like Pan, like demons. If I were a wealthy enough person to buy something like this, just the fact that it was number 666 would appeal me as an FU to society. He says, that's pretty cool. This is pretty cool. If all you fucking demonic satanic motherfuckers would actually just off yourself. But it's probably coming. Probably coming. Let's see. I do have what the shit, I might have to look in that to see what, because I had a bunch of videos that I was gonna save till after 80, show with 818 and all that. So I got one right here. Yep, Northwest Indiana, 7766 Dakota, Maryville, Indiana. Come get us, kikes. Be ready. Be ready. But I think we're pretty much in the clear. Let's just say that eyes were open a little bit the day we left. So, but yeah, I do have a video. I put a video in the chat. We get it transferred up there. And here we go.
What is this thing? And does it dial out? He's got a little cell tower. Is that thing 5G? What is it with these little cubes of Saturn? Or as I call them, cubes of Satan. What is the deal with this? Can anybody tell me? Does this go back to like the Talmud? It's a little Lego block. I get so triggered when I see a little tiny hat these days. Now, if I saw that in public, which I've never seen that, not around my neighborhood. If you come around my neighborhood dressed like that, looking like that, with that thing on top of your head, you about to get... Alright? Because we do not play around over here in the 504. Why are they so ugly? Because they're chosen.
האם זה בסדר לירוק על נוצרים? אם הם עובדי עבודה זרה, אז אנחנו צריכים למוס בהם ולשקט אותם ולרמוס אותם ובעיקרון גם להרוג אותם.
Now, what he's saying, and if people are listening home, it says Jews say that they must kill all Christians for their beliefs.
כי הרי גוי חייב
The non-Jews
שם
must
המצוות לנוח,
follow
ואם
the
לא קיים את זה צריך
Noahide
להרוג
laws.
אותו.
And if not, you
אבל
have to kill
להרוג
them.
מישהו? אם הייתי יכול,
I could, I would be happy to do it.
אנחנו לא יכולים לעשות את זה. אוקיי, אבל זה אמונה של מישהו אחר. זה אמונה ש...
Do you ever stop and think about the things that are coming out of your mouth and the things that you believe that maybe this is evil and maybe you're wrong? I really want to know. Like, do you listen to yourself? How insane does this sound? If you were someone else listening to you, what would you think about what you're hearing?
מישהו מאמין בה צריך להרוג אותו.
מי שמאמין שהאלוהים שלי הוא חלק מאיש, אז צריך להרוג אותו.
God, they're all so ugly. It looks like they cut their own hair, you know? That's what it is. This is what sexual repression looks like. If you looked up in the dictionary sexual repression, it'd be a picture of this guy right here. He's just clueless. It's like, get a clue, A-Bear. What are you doing? Look at your teeth. Look at your nose. Look at the glasses don't even fit your face. You got this weird bowl-headed cut with the side having mullets. It's just, it's not a good look. You look like a little rat with a tiny hat. This is what getting no does to a motherfucker right here.
מזלזל באלוהים שלי, אז אני אהרוג אותו. אז זה לא, אבל זה תפקיד שלכם. להרוג או לרעוק, זה לא התפקיד של אלוקים?
לא, השם אומר לנו מה לעשות.
הוא אומר, זה כתוב, להרוג, איפה...
You look like you were homeschooled.
היהדות תפקידה בעולם זה לעשות טוב, לגרום שהעולם יהיה נקי.
כן.
יש כל בן אדם
Look
שיאמין
at this
בן תזונה אחד.
guy.
Anybody believes in Jesus, they need to kill that son of a bitch. Oh, they hate Jesus. They can't say Torah Talmud anymore. It's them. It's all of them. It's all the incest. It's a filthy, filthy group. All of them. They're all on board with this shit. I don't care if they're like, oh, well, I'm not a part of that. Well, that's your religion, bud. Take your pick.
So let down your hair. He looks like he reads with his finger.
כתוב, אבל איפה זה כתוב?
איפה זה כתוב בגמרא? אתה רוצה להביא גמרא? אנחנו לא להביא גמרא ולראות.
אבל הגמרא זה כתוב על ידי אנשים, לא על ידי...
זה אנשים שהקדוש ברוך הוא שלח.
So see? So now we're getting somewhere with this. It was all written by people, but they're like, oh, but God, which God? Which God? Seriously. They need to just run all these fuck through a wood chipper.
חכמים שכתוב בתורה של להקשיב להם.
Yeah, you've heard about cat in a hat, but what about with a tiny hat? He's just like, yes. They're also smug about it too when they're talking about, yes, we must kill everyone. Yes, well, that's what they say in our book. We wrote this book, and then now we read this book. And the book says it's okay. So, let's see, you sent us a link. Let's see what this is. Oh, yeah, we've seen this. Oh, yeah, this is brilliant.
Yeah. They literally stole a Palestinian's fridge. Yeah, just stole it.
How many does it take to put a fridge up the stairs? Apparently it takes 4 and you still fail. It's like you gave the biggest responsibility, the most weight to the tiniest shlomo. Why would you do that? It just anatomically, it just does not make sense. All the 3 biggest guys are in the back pushing it onto the little tiny shlomo man. He's got glasses, he's already got a backpack.
Well, maybe that's just their preamble to when they're going to bust out the sheet with the hole in it.
He's got scrawny little arm. Like, what are you doing? Now he's gonna crawl up the stairs? Like, how did you think this was gonna go? It never gets old, honestly. Look at that. This is the find out stage of the around. Find out. This is what the face makes when you find out. But that's old tiny hat to us, because we've seen this before.
I mean, I've been wrong. Frank, let's see. Eli Weber flips out if you mentioned J Secure Jesus. Who's Eli Weber? Does he have a podcast? If he does, we should go rate it. That'd be awesome. I love it. If people don't like you, you're doing something right. I say. It works. And see what else happened. Let's see, you got I mean so much, right? But see how South Park is going at Trump, right? Now, I find it to be hilarious. And that's what's really pissing off Democrats, right? That we're actually finding humor in it. Because we're allowed to bust balls on Trump too. Right? I mean, should be able to. Oh, Kabbalah Guru, yeah, fuck that guy. That guy's a jagoff. Him and that other bitch that what was her name? Oh God. Remember we got into it a long time ago? Oh, she's a shitbag. Oh, yeah, Kabbalah Guru. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Have another little boy. Have some more foreskin, bud, you know? Let's see. Well, something funny here, and then I have to look in that. Find this because the Hadrian stuff, that's gonna have to come Sunday, because oh boy. God. You never know. We might get to it tonight, but I doubt it because mind control seems to take charge now, because, well, guess what opened tonight in Vegas? At the Sphere. Wizard of Oz. And Kevin took a bunch of photos of it, of the Sphere in different stages, and Dina's going to put it all in like a big flip book so we could, we'll post it online so everybody could flip through it and see that. Let's see. Now, this is just a short, but it's funny.
From Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
I know, stupid. Let's go. Hey, buddy, welcome to Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
What is his fantasy, Buff?
Hey, will you get out of here? Listen, buddy, I would offer you an incredible opportunity. How would you like to make more money than you ever thought possible?
Well, I do have a pretty huge nut.
Now that's the kind of talk I like. Mar-a-Lago is for everyone that's got a nut. I'm giving you a promotion. You'll have access to all that Mar-a-Lago has to offer. I want to make you the new face of Homeland Security.
But, Mr. President, I thought Kristi Noem was the face of Homeland Security.
Well, she was, but her face freaks me out. So what do you say?
Well, I do need a high-paying job.
Excellent. Now let's take care of that nut for you. Hey, Satan! Meet the new face of Homeland Security.
Whoa! Oh my God! I just want to go. This place is gross.
Would you like me to apply the baby oil to Satan's asshole, boss?
Okay, look, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm gonna just take a little break here.
Hey, come on! Relax, gang!
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Backpack.
Oh God, Dora the Explorer, excuse me.
I ain't gonna lie, I watched the newest episode. It's hilarious. It is. I mean, let me see if I can find this real quick. 1 second, guys. Let's see. Here we go. Let me see. 1 second here. Let's pop this up.
It turns out that the acting U.S.
Shut up. One more second. I've got one more to put in here. All right, I'm gonna put 2 videos back to back. We're gonna watch the first one, then the second one, then we're gonna dig into this bitch. Because the mind control, I just have the other document, and I really want to go through with the colors. I mean, I went through it with the blue and yellow, but I want to get the names and all that because I have it all printed out. I've got the other stuff because Jason Bourne, all that. Can't believe we fucking found this shit. All goes back to the UK too. So I've got 2 videos. Oh shit. Indiana Beach. That's at Lake Schaefer. That's hour and a half away, I believe. About an hour and a half away from here. Like 30 minutes outside of Chicago. We're in a blue county. There's only 2 blue counties in all of Indiana. Joy. So those 2 in there. Let's see this.
So our friend Mel, the executive, the village crazy lady who does good work, she says the executive director of Israel's National Cyber Directorate was arrested this week in Las Vegas in a child pedo ring sting. This guy works directly under Netanyahu, so of course he was allowed to go back to Israel, and so she links this stuff. So that's the guy, and here's the story. The Nevada Internet Crimes Against Children joint operations included detectives and agents from the ICAC, Task Force, blah, 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 blah. Those arrested were David Wanacott Yankee and Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, 38. They all face felony charges of luring a child with a computer for sex and were booked into the Henderson Detention Center. So let me see if I can go.
Wait, those aren't Muslims.
I thought only the Muslims
I
had
thought
tanks.
so. That's him, executive director of Israel National Cyber Directorate, building national cyber. So he got caught up in a pedo thing in Las Vegas.
Wow, who saw that coming?
Who saw that coming? Let's see. Here's the story. Las Vegas, an undercover operation targeting child SEX predators in the Las Vegas Valley over 2 weeks resulted in the arrest of 8 individuals, according to a release from the Las Vegas Metro. And there his name is. Isn't that something? So this first guy, David Wanaket-Yankee, treasurer of Imperial Royal Sovereign Court of the Desert. What?
Yeah.
What is
Brady.
that?
That looks like a NGO, actually.
Yeah,
Brady's.
right? Southern Nevada Baptist Association.
Oh, look, they're all in on it together, all the different groups.
Lead pastor Neil Creasy.
Yeah, not surprising.
Gender Diverse and Trans Pride Center of the Gender Diverse and Trans Pride. Okay, I don't know what this. Oh, David Wanakot-Yankee worked there. The registered agent on file for this company, the Gender Diverse and Trans Pride Center of Southern Nevada. So that's the first guy, David Wanakot-Yankee. Also, but they're not mentioning the guy, the big guy. Oh, Pastor Neil H. Creasy has been in gospel ministry for 28 years. He has served as a pastor, international missionary, church planter, missionary planted, conference speaker, and seminary professor around the world. He holds an MDiv and a PhD from Mid-America Baptist Theological Seminary.
Yeah, and I bet he's a Christian Zionist, Schofield Bible believing, dispensationalist, heretic, CIA psyop scumbag. All that weird evangelical Christianity you used to hear about, that is all CIA Christian Zionist bullshit, and it goes back a long way.
U.S. detains worker from Israel's top cyber defense agency for questioning. Prime Minister's office says incident resolved quickly. That really ending with a brief questioning of National Cyber Directorate staffer before his release and return to Israel.
It was a misunderstanding.
Israel always welcomes pedophiles back to Israel. That's
so this was a misunderstanding, Kurt. That's all this was, right?
Yeah.
Sure it was.
So the news people who say it's possibly he pulled the diplomatic immunity card.
Oh, I wonder if they did that. I wonder how they got out of this one.
Wow. Briefly detained.
Yeah.
So they have impunity, just like they can slaughter people in Gaza, right, on camera with impunity. They can do whatever they want with the children in America, and their punishment is they get sent back to Israel.
Those Zionist Israelis, and the same reason priests molest kids is the same reason. You're automatically bad and lower than them just for being born. And that's probably why the Pope wears a yarmulke.
Okay. Kurt's on fire today.
I really am.
So that's quite a story.
I can see why you guys are banned from TikTok.
That's so you can see why we're banned from TikTok. Right?
I've never gone on it.
I've never been.
You've never been.
I do not have TikTok app on my phone. People send me TikTok videos. I can't watch them.
Well, they're trying to.
I can watch Instagram for some reason. I can watch Instagram and I can watch Facebook videos, but I never go on Instagram and I almost never go on Facebook.
Oh, Jimmy, I handed in first draft of your part of the script.
Oh, really?
I made it it's gonna be pretty funny.
All right, I will dye my hair if needed. I will dye my hair. But I can't do.
You had plastic surgery.
I can't do any scenes with my shirt off, and to that right. So I have to have clothes on, right?
Yeah, you're gonna be dressed like Steve Wynn or Larry Ellison.
That's what I want, and I have to have a nice heeled shoe.
You have Cuban heels if you want.
Okay, I do, because I shrunk since my bone disease, so I need all the help I can get. Anything you'd like to say about this, James, about that story I just showed you?
Well, I mean, I think the country, you don't have to guess. I'll just give it away, the punchline, but the country with the highest proportion of convicted pedophiles is Israel.
Yeah, what is it about Israel? It's like they almost
they convict people. That's what. Here, The politicians.
No, but they get
jail.
in Israel, get extradited over there.
Yeah, they get extradited. There's like they have the big.
Yeah. They have the highest proportion in terms of relatively to the rest of the
convicted pedos.
Yes.
Well, that's odd. It's almost like eugenics and supremacy leads to all kinds of weird family on family abuse, doesn't it?
But it's true. I've seen those stories about how many pedos are in Israel. Right? It's. Do you know? Do you need to? Do you
I don't know all the numbers.
No, I don't want to.
I don't want to spread misinformation.
I don't want to spread misinformation either.
So, but it is the highest number. I don't know exactly what's going on over there, but it is our closest ally, so we should support that.
They are our closest ally.
They're our best friend, James.
Closest ally.
Yeah.
TM.
Say that.
TM.
Yeah.
And would you visit them? You didn't answer that question.
Well, if they gave me a bunch of money, I mean, why not? You know, the funny thing I saw. So you know how a bunch of people are going to Israel. The influencers, the MAGA influencers, are going over there, and then one of them, I don't want to call her out, but I will. Emily Saves America. She's, I'm sure, a fine individual, but she was posting on Twitter. She's like, no, I'm paying for this trip myself. And I'm like, what the hell's worse? Is it, is it getting paid to go do propaganda or paying yourself to be propagandized? I don't know what, you gotta.
You didn't even get Hasbara money from them?
Wow. If you didn't take money to go over there, that's a dumb move because they're paying, I think they've allocated $250 million this year to do Israeli propaganda because Israel's about to invade Gaza and they're about to restart the war with Iran. So they're
about to restart the war with Iran.
I think they're running low on stuff. Is why the impression I get, because they dropped off from doing good Hasbara for a while. I think they thought they had it in the bag.
Well, what is good Hasbara at this point?
Well, when I was a
can you
kid,
say?
Every Christian I knew believed in a nonsense term called Judeo-Christian values, which makes literally no sense. The correct term is Abrahamic values, but they wanted to kick the muzzies out of it, so they created this spurious term called Judeo-Christian. What are those values? Candace says Christ is king, and then you're fired? What is that? It makes no sense.
So,
back then they were better at it. Now it's obvious from their awful actions.
Well, if you'd like to hear my jokes about the Epstein and all kinds of pedo stuff, come see me in Rutherford, New Jersey, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Louisville, and Fort Wayne, Indiana. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for.
So yeah, we got some stuff on these guys too, because when you see what this actually exposes, because guess what? Oh, boy's supposed to be in court yesterday. He didn't show. We'll go over that though. This one's by the Young Turks. Take it for what you will. This is all about the Jew that let him off. Of course, what else are we supposed to say? I mean, it's them.
It turns out that the acting U.S. attorney for the state of Nevada, the state in which an Israeli official was caught up in a pedophile sting operation that was carried out by the FBI and local police, is an Israeli-born individual lawyer who has ties to various Zionist organizations, including the Israeli American Council, which is funded by Miriam Adelson. I think that information is relevant because the guy in question here, the alleged pedophile who got caught attempting to lure what he believed was a 15-year-old girl in Las Vegas for sex, his name is Tom Alexandrovich, was allowed to go back to Israel. He didn't even miss his scheduled flight back to Israel. And now that he's in Israel, it's unlikely that he's ever going to be prosecuted for it. In fact, the Israelis appear to be providing cover for him, even though he got caught up in this joint sting operation. Now, the FBI being involved in this sting operation is very relevant because you would expect the federal government to pursue prosecution. But they're not pursuing prosecution. In fact, Sigal Chattah, that's the name of the Israeli-born, Trump-appointed acting US attorney for Nevada, says the following in a statement. This is posted on X. Last week, Tom Alexandrovich was arrested in a Nevada Internet Crimes Against Children joint operation, and he was booked into the Henderson Detention Center. This important multi-agency operation targeted child sex predators who preyed upon the most vulnerable members of our communities. As a result of the operation, the Clark County District Attorney's Office is handling the prosecution. Why? So understand, this is essentially Sigal Chatta's way of saying, we wash our hands of this pedophile, this Israeli official who is an alleged pedophile. And we're gonna just allow the state to deal with it, even though we allowed this guy to fly back to Israel, which means extraditing him back to the United States to face prosecution and to face charges is already incredibly difficult. There are literally thousands of cases in which the federal government in the United States has attempted to extradite Israelis for crimes they've committed here in the US. And Israel won't play ball because Israel owns us. Let's keep it real. So why would we think for a second that the state prosecution, Nevada prosecuting him, would make it any easier to bring him to justice? It wouldn't. And I think that's the point here. So mind you, the FBI again was part of the sting operation, yet federal prosecutors are washing their hands of it. Why? Why would the FBI be part of a sting operation when federal authorities don't plan on prosecuting individuals who have been caught in the sting operation? And keep in mind, the crime he is accused of here, Alexandrovich, he is accused of a felony, using technology to lure a minor for sex. A felony punishable in Nevada by between 1 and 10 years in prison, in addition to fines up to $10,000. In Nevada, this is a category B felony, the second most serious type of crime after offenses that involve causing death or grievous injury.
Yeah. So, guys, we've got a petition on to extradite this Alexandrovich guy. I'm going to come back to that in a little bit, and the link is in the description box. But first, there's a hero in this story, and it is a Republican. And if we had told you about it 6 months ago, which I kind of did, no, I didn't. Certainly not specifically. You would have been surprised, and on this person, I would have been surprised. And Democrats should be ashamed for not talking about this at all. Okay, but let me first address Sigal Chattah. She was born outside the country, so what? I was born outside the country, right? And there's no harm in that. And Miriam Adelson is also an Israeli citizen. Okay, no problem. Some countries allow dual citizenship. It is what it is. Okay, but now, if I was the attorney general somewhere, and then 8 people are caught, 7 of them are Americans, and I go, you guys, you Americans, go to prison, okay? You, Turkish guy, I'm gonna let you go. Would it be reasonable to question me?
Yes.
Well, obviously it would, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd say, well, that's an odd coincidence, right? You were a Turkish citizen, you were born in Turkey, now you're an American citizen, but you let the one Turkish guy go, even though he was trying to rape an American kid. Can you see how that arouses suspicion? And I would say, I get why it arouses suspicion. And I would, if I were to do anything like that, which I never would, right? But there would have to be an extraordinary reason, and I would have to have that ready. And I wouldn't go like, you're just being anti-Turkish. What? No, they're asking you a reasonable question. Like, don't hide behind you're being racist. No, you let a pedophile go. Why did you let them go? You don't need a little bit of an explanation for that. You need an excellent explanation for that. And then it turns out you're from that country originally, and you are bribed legally by someone who's a citizen of that country. Miriam Adelson and her husband have given $337 million to Donald Trump. They've given an infinite amount of money to the Israeli lobby and to endless politicians in this country. So, and then they say, and by the way, they demand that they work for Israel. And by the way, that's not hyperbole at all. Donald Trump himself has said, the Adelsons asked me to move the embassy in Israel, so I moved our embassy.
Yeah.
He's just admitting that he's giving away foreign policy to the donors of a foreign government. Okay, and then now is Miriam this time around gave him 117 million and demanded that he let America stand by as Israel annexed the West Bank. Okay, and Donald Trump said yes. Well reported in Israel as well as America.
Yep.
Right? So now you don't get to hide behind, dual loyalty is a trope. When you are literally a dual citizen, you pay people to work for the other country and not our country. And you let their criminals go when they're trying to rape our kids. No, you don't get to make those claims anymore.
Yeah, no, I want to be 100% clear. Look, the whole thing about like, it's a trope, you can't say it because it's a trope. If she is still a citizen of Israel, I think there needs to be laws passed that ensure that if you want to serve in the government, If you want to be a public servant to the American people, you need to be an American citizen only. Only. If you're a private citizen and you have dual citizenship, I don't really care. You're a private citizen. But if you're a public servant and you are in a position that is meant to serve the best interests of the American people, it is a conflict of interest to be a citizen of a foreign country in addition to an American citizen.
Can I just say one quick example of that? Rahm Emanuel literally served in the IDF, a foreign army. And then he was a chief of staff to Barack Obama. The chief of staff to the president is the second most powerful position in the country. They're the gatekeepers for power. No one gets to see the president without the chief of staff. The chief of staff plans the agenda and decides what the president sees and doesn't see, okay? And our chief of staff was in a foreign army.
That's
mental. Imagine if he was in the Russian army, the Chinese army, any army. But for Israel, nothing but special exception, special exception, special exemption. They could do anything they want. They're above the law, but don't say it, because if you do, we're gonna smear you and try to ruin your life.
So look, we should get to know this US attorney, okay? Because last month, more than 100 retired judges signed a letter objecting to Trump's appointment of her, calling her unqualified and citing her well-documented history of racist remarks, conspiracy theories, and threats of violence. Interesting, okay. So she just recently deactivated her X account after the story of her letting an Israeli official who might be a disgusting pedophile who rapes American children go. And so before she deactivated it, got some screenshots of the types of commentary she has in regard to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Here's an example. No statehood ever for these animals. Netanyahu needs to start acting like a Churchill instead of a Chamberlain and wipe Gaza off the map.
So we literally have a genocidal freak, a Nazi, as the US attorney in Nevada. I mean, how is that conscionable? Imagine if she said the same exact thing about the Israelis. Same word for word. We need to wipe Tel Aviv off the map, okay? These Jewish animals need to be wiped out. Well, obviously we'd say, no, a Nazi cannot serve as the US attorney in Nevada. She says the same exact thing about Muslims, not a peep.
Not a peep, and by the way, she loves that line. She's repeated it over and over again on her X account. Here's another example, wipe Gaza off the map. Let's go to the next one. She writes, this one just blows my mind because she acknowledges that she wants to slaughter the children in Gaza. There are 2 million terrorists in Gaza. Remember, more than 50% of the population in Gaza under the age of 18. Okay, but she knows that. So she says, it's not just those carrying rifles and wearing green headbands. She's referring to Hamas. The so-called uninvolved civilians are not uninvolved at all. So slaughter all of them, all 2 million of them. She's a loathsome, disgusting human being. And obviously she doesn't care about the well-being of children, whether they're American or Gazan. She also wrote-
By the way, in that tweet, if you notice, she said, even the children are part of this.
Yeah, that's right.
So she's like, let's murder 1 million children, and she's the attorney general in a US state.
She's vile, okay? Here's another example. Oh, 33,000 Palestinians have been killed. Well, that's too bad. They would have had 0 Palestinians killed if they would have released the hostages on October 8th. We all know that's not true.
That's not remotely true.
They want to live by the sword, they can die by the sword.
No, you guys want to live by the sword. All you do is bomb people and light them on fire. You crush them, you kill them, you starve them. Now, what if somebody had said the exact opposite? Israel wants to live by the sword, they should all die by the sword. Who cares about 33,000 innocent Israelis being butchered? Would they remain in job? Remember when Charlottesville, when they said the Jews will not replace us? That was horrific. Everybody condemned it, I condemned it, everybody condemned it to no end, and of course you should. What kind of Nazis say that, right? Now they're saying it about the Muslims, but they're actually in the government.
Yeah.
They're in, and then a pedophile Israeli comes in, and he's like, she's like, you're helping murder Palestinian children? You're free to go, you're free to go. Americans, go to jail. You're not Israeli. You go to jail, Israeli. Go off you go. Go slaughter more Palestinians. Kill their babies.
Again, this is a guy who got caught attempting to have sex with a minor in a sting operation. attempting to rape an American girl. Doesn't care. This woman doesn't care about the well-being of American children when she's willing to let this guy go. Now she's trying to blame everyone else. She's lashing out about it. So I'll go to the post that she had recently where she says a liberal district attorney and state court judge in Nevada failed to require an alleged child molester to surrender his passport. You are the US attorney, the acting US attorney. You are more powerful, okay, than
Why didn't you demand it?
Yeah, this is on you. And she doesn't want to take responsibility. And by the way, making this like a partisan issue is hilarious to me.
Hey, Sigalchta, did you go into court or send anybody into court to say he must surrender his passport? He's a flight risk, he works for a foreign government, and we caught him doing something terrible. Did you do that? Oh no, you didn't. You freaking helped him fly out the country, didn't you? Didn't you? Now you're trying to blame other people.
So local station KLAS reported that Alexandrovich did not appear before a judge and posted bond before his state entitled probable cause hearing and before prosecutors filed a criminal complaint against him, meaning no judge could put any added restrictions on his release, records indicated.
Oh, so it is 100% the prosecutor's fault.
That's exactly right.
And not the judge's fault at all.
Yep.
Does she work for this country? It's a super legitimate question. Does she work for this country or a different country?
Well,
we used to have laws against treason. Look, I'm not even talking about the penalties. I'm not even close to that.
I just want her out.
Can we not have a Nazi as an attorney general in this country, in any state? Can we not have someone who says, oh yeah, if you're gonna rape children, if you're an Israeli, get out of jail free card, get out of jail. I mean, right, as long as she stays attorney general in Nevada, every pedophile in Israel is gonna be like, oh my God, I gotta go get a ticket, right?
Yeah, free
I could rape anyone I like. And then the Israeli attorney general is gonna let me go. But my idiot American accomplices, they'll probably get life in prison. Look guys, there's a petition in the description box. There's no ands, ifs, or buts to this story. Either we get the son of a bitch back and put him in prison, or give him a fair trial, right? Either that happens and extradition happens, and that's what we're asking for. The link is in the description box. Either he goes into prison and is extradited from Israel, or if he's not extradited from Israel, that means we shouldn't allow any Israelis to come here. I'm dead serious, because that means they have a get out of jail free card. They could commit any crime in America, just run away to Israel, and we never get them back.
Finally, I want to give credit to a Republican lawmaker who is willing to say things that I haven't really seen Democrats willing to say. I mean, I don't know what world I'm living in, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is absolutely killing it by telling the truth on this issue. She posted on X 2 recent decisions made by the State Department, both involve children. We need to be the America that allows war-torn children to come here for life-saving surgeries, and the America that never releases a foreign child sex predator that our great law enforcement officials caught. But in this circumstance, those war-torn children and this foreign senator Israel, let me ask who's executive director and prosecute this PO, and at the same time let Palestinian kids who had their limbs and bodies blown apart receive surgeries in America. There was more to that post, but that was the gist of it. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't care what anyone has to say about me for supporting you in your efforts here. I commend you. She's a person, she's a real person. Say what you will about Marjorie Taylor Greene, at least she's a real human being and not a freaking robot, not a puppet, someone who knows the difference between right and wrong when it comes to this incredibly important issue. And I'm glad that she's saying the quiet parts out loud. Our Democratic lawmakers aren't doing it. What do you stand for if you're a Democratic lawmaker? I need to know.
So when I had Marjorie Taylor Greene on this show, some folks said, oh, she'll never actually do the right thing. Well, here she is doing the right thing, okay? And she's blocked bills that were going to say that you can't criticize Israel in America, etc. So here's my question. Look, I didn't have Marjorie Taylor Greene being a hero on this issue on my bingo card. I knew that some on the right would turn on Israel. I said it even before the administration began. But Marjorie Taylor Greene. But look, that is why populism is always better than the establishment. Because the establishment is full of fake robot actors. They're all lying to you, and they're trying to get you to bow your head to all the donors, not just Israel, but to all the donor class, mainly corporations, okay? So when you have human beings with all their giant flaws, like Marjorie Taylor Greene has, right? And mistakes that they make, etc. I'll take a human over a robot any day.
Same.
And we'll fight her on the things we disagree on, but look at her being a human on things that we agree on. Okay, now, my main question is, where the hell are the Democrats? Now, I get it, all their leadership is corrupt, right? So #1 donor to Chuck Schumer's AIPAC, #1 donor to Hakeem Jeffries' AIPAC. Kathleen Clark, the #2 Democrat in the House today, apologized for calling it a genocide in Israel. She begged for forgiveness from her donors. Oh, I'm so sorry, Israel. I meant you could murder any Palestinians you want as long as the check clears. So I'm not talking about their leadership. Their leadership is disgusting, okay? They're just as corrupt as Republican leadership. Trump, Mike Johnson, all of them, #1 donor Israeli lobby throughout their careers, all corrupt. But I don't get it. I'm not trying to call anybody out, but AOC, Rashida Tlaib, if you guys did a joint press conference, I don't know, maybe they don't know this.
AOC's terrible on this topic.
Okay, but hold on.
Keeping it 100.
Hold on though, but for God's sake, do you not know this? If AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene did a press conference together about this issue, or these two issues, it would get a world of attention. Everyone would have to look at that press conference. What's stopping you from reaching out to Marjorie Taylor Greene as she's reaching out to our side?
Yeah.
What the hell is stopping you? What is wrong with you? Why is she the one who's the champion of this? And the second person that's second best on this, honestly, is Tom Massey.
Yes.
Where are you guys? I'm not trying to criticize Rashida Tlaib. I'm sure her heart is broken. She's a Palestinian American and did some good things in the beginning, but why don't you grab this opportunity? Do something for God's sake, and defy your stupid, deeply corrupt leadership. Who cares about your stupid leadership? Your leadership are the bad guys.
I mean, the leadership is walking you off a cliff. So,
but hey, you know what? You might want to get their permission first, and it might hurt your brand if you work with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It might hurt your brand. Okay, get up and fight back. There's a child rapist that Israel says they're not going to return. They even denied that he was that official in the beginning because they're giant liars. Yeah. Are you ever going to protect us? Every time you ring the bell below.
No, they don't. No, they don't. So yeah, we've got to talk about this guy, right? Because #1, that Sigil Chada, that's the bitch's name, right? She emigrated, guys. She's not a citizen. So how could she hold office if she's not even a citizen of the United States? Maybe. Let's see. 1 second, guys. Because of course, what was he attending? DEF CON. Yeah. DEF CON 2025. Let's see this. 1 second here. Yeah. Okay, pull this bitch up right now. Let's see. It's bigger. No, just. All right. Yeah, Sigil Chada. April 24th, 75. Israeli-born American attorney and not even American. Don't say she's American. Don't. She emigrated here. She's not a citizen. Currently served as interim United States attorney for the District of Nevada since 2025. Republican nominee 2022 Nevada Attorney General election, where she was defeated by Aaron D. Ford. Which, yeah, this time we're like, oh, well, you know, I can't believe the Democrat beat him. Yeah. Of course. Prior to candidacy, she was an attorney known for leading legal efforts for churches during the COVID-19 pandemic in Nevada. Why would she be talking about churches? Maybe because that's probably where they're spreading them, huh? Born in Israel, then emigrated. E, the hard E right there. At the age of 14. Then initially studied in New York. Then they went to Israel. Then they went back to Las Vegas. Graduated from Valley High School. Then the BS from political science, of course, from UNLV. Then went to Widener University School of Law and Webster University, Geneva, in Switzerland. Opened her own law firm in Vegas, practiced domestic and international law. Of course, get the Jews out any chance you can. Taught political science at UNLV from 2005 2009. July 2019, Las Vegas City Council ratified her appointment to the Vegas Planning Commission, where she served for 4 years representing Ward 2. I wonder how she was unanimously ratified. But remember, Miriam Adelson, right? Also served Southern Nevada Disciplinary Board of the State Bar of Nevada. She represented churches during COVID-19, challenging the state's 50% occupancy limit during lockdowns, and filing an emergency petition for a preliminary injunction, requesting a judge to declare the governor of Nevada's, Steve Sisolak's, orders violated constitutional rights. Well, they violated everybody's constitutional rights. I think those slylocks the fucking synagogue. 2021, announced that she'd run for Nevada Attorney General in 2022 election. Stated her decision was motivated by a belief that the state's pandemic restrictions and shutdowns were unconstitutional. Well, you guys caused them. You guys are the ones that did this. You guys are the ones that created all this fucking mess. Ran against Tisha Black, a business attorney based in Las Vegas, in the Republican primary. During the campaign, Chada criticized Black for having previously donated to then Clark County Commissioner Steve Sisolak, a Democrat. She won against Black in the Republican primary. Well, January 22, journalist Sarah Ashton Cirillo leaked text messages when Chata compared incumbent Ford to the leader of Hamas and stated that he should be hanging from a fucking crane, which drew widespread criticism and were condemned as inappropriate. So, already, just what? 3 months after, she's all like, oh, they should fucking Hamas. Now we got Hamas here. So you have to eliminate the ones here too, right? Even though they're Americans, they're called Hamas because they're anti-Jew. Well, if that's the case, then call me the fucking leader of Hamas at this point. I'm just not going over that fucking sandbox. It's just nothing but shit over there. Which drew widespread criticism and were condemned as inappropriate. She stated that she did not believe Chada was racist or the comments were intended to reference Ford's race, but that her reason for releasing the messages was very concerned about Chada's temperament. Well, she's a Jew, so they're all unstable. It's in their DNA. Because of the leak, Ford refused to debate Chada during the election, stating he would not debate someone who didn't respect his dignity as a human or his humanity. Awesome answer! Best answer a Democrat could have ever given at that point. Defeated Chada in the general election with HuffPost highlighting the leak test as a significant issue during the campaign. Of course. December 2022, Chada and retired attorney Pauline Ng Lee ran for a seat on Republican National Committee. Once again, let's make sure these people are American before they get in. Like, they're all about America first. Just seeking to fill a vacancy left by Michelle Fiore. Chada received endorsements from national figures such as Gates and Richard Grinnell. Why? It was a setup. Starting to look that way. Elected Republican National Committee seat January 23, defeating Lee by 75 votes. March 2025, President Donald Trump announced the appointment of Shigel Chada, interim United States Attorney for District of Nevada. U.S. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, Chada as an election denier, was advocated for political violence. Once again, little hat. Political violence goes hand in hand. Well, Senator Jackie Rosen, she's a dumb bitch too, said she'd do everything in her power to block her confirmation. She took her office as interim attorney as April 1st, 2025. April Fools. April Fools. Continued to be listed as Republican National Committeewoman and was introduced virtually at the Nevada Republican Party meeting on April 5th. With her participation prompted concern by the Nevada Independent about a possible violation of U.S. Department of Justice rules prohibiting political activity by its employees. Yeah. Is that this bitch she got problems. I mean, people can say all they want about, oh, well, where is he? Right? Notice there's nothing mentioned here about Tommy Boy, huh? Well, I guess we'll have to go over here to pop this in here. Yeah, Tanya, I hear you. I mean, Vegas, they don't call it Sin City for anything. Who created Vegas? Them. Remember Bugsy Siegel and Meyer Lansky and all them, they were not Italian. They were all Jews. Remember, the Russian mafia, it's not Russian. It's Jewish. Tom Alexandrovich, born 1987, 1986. They don't even know what year he was born. Again, Israeli civil servant, so executive director of the Cyber Defense Division at Israel National Cyber Directorate. So, here's where it gets dicey. As Defense Division Executive Director at INCD, Alexandrovich, we're just calling him Tom. We'll call him Jew. That's it. Jew has overseen Israel's response to the use of cryptocurrency by anti-Israel groups, including Hamas, in the aftermath of October 7th attacks. So, how was he monitoring all the cryptocurrency use? Remember, Unit 8200, pump and dumps. Remember? It's them. He has also contributed to the country's cyber dome to protect civilian cyberspace. Now do you see why we want a golden dome? What's going to protect us? He's a recipient for the Israel Defense Prize for Achievements in Cyber in 2021. Why? Oh, why? Guys, remember when we were talking about DEFCON 25 during the elections in 2017, right around there? And then they had a DEFCON that year, 25, and they were using it. It was the voting machine village, right? You look it up online. We've already pulled up numerous times. But remember, they hacked the voting system. Then what happened? Then the Democrats won the House mysteriously. Then the group that was in on the voting machine hack won an award. So what did he get his award for in 2021? Who became president on January 20th, 2021. So once again, we're going to go back to this. Who has been rigging our elections? You cannot say any other country but Israel at this point. Because they do not want somebody in there that is not fully fucking their little goy toy. He edited Aviation Cybersecurity Foundation Principles and Applications 2021. Remember that F-35? You know, the Marine had to bail out over North Carolina, South Carolina a few years ago. That's aviation cybersecurity, by the way. Also, when you look at aviation cybersecurity, how many times have the airlines been hacked? The arrest. Let's see if I can just, yeah, we'll just, yeah, we'll read this one. No, we'll go straight to the arrest. Okay, August 2025. He was arrested, Jew, was a senior Israeli official arrested in Las Vegas, charged with soliciting a minor, a felony. See, what they're not mentioning is that this 14-year-old posed as a mentally handicapped child. Nobody's saying that. Nobody in the news. Mentally handicapped child. Jew was among 8 individuals arrested in a 2-week undercover sting operation targeting child sex predators. He was subsequently released, allowed to return to Israel. Because, if you're a pedophile, it's like, there you go. He's executive director of Defense Division at Israel National Cyber Directorate. He was in Vegas to attend the Black Hat Computer Security Conference. Arrested in child sex predator sting in Henderson, Nevada, 16 miles southeast of downtown Las Vegas. He's charged with cyber luring a child for a sex act, a felony that carries up to 10 years in prison, and booked into detention. Released the next day on $10,000 bail, he returned to Israel 2 days later, despite felony charges and lack of diplomatic immunity. So he did not have any diplomatic immunity, but they still let him go. Why? Because Miriam Adelson said so. That's exactly why. That's why you got to round him up and just take him out. Yeah, JD Vance could fucking hit the bricks too. Remember, he swore the Bible under the corporation. Trump didn't. He was scheduled to appear in court on August 27th. He did not appear for his arraignment hearing in Henderson that date and was ordered to appear remotely the following week. So next week, remotely, right? No. His lawyer said he had a deal with the district attorney to not have to appear in person, which was denied by the judge, who held that the DA had no authority to grant such a request. In response to this incident, the C before D, the Cyber Directorate, claimed that the Directorate had not received additional details through authorized channels to date. Such details be received, the Directorate will act accordingly. They're going to investigate their own, let me guess. At this stage, by joint decision, the employee has gone on leave to deal with the matter until things become clear. What matter are you dealing with over there? And when they say they're on leave, do we trust them at all? No. They lie, they cheat, they steal, they murder, they do whatever. They hate anybody associated with anything other than their fucking satanic bullshit. His release was criticized by MTG and Massey. August 18, 2025, the State Department issued a statement affirming it had no role in its release to Israel. Remember, slow drip is greater than a flood. Get it out there, get it in ether, have people start talking about it, then people realize that Israel's packed full of pedophiles, then you can just fucking level the place. Because they can say whatever they want. Oh, there's innocent people over there. There were innocent people in New York City too, motherfuckers. We're getting our 6 million one way or another. In fact, we'll take out both. Get all the ones out of New York and get all the ones out of Jersey, and then deal with the ones over in Israel. Nevada's acting U.S. Attorney, Sigal Chada, SC, initials, Supreme Court, Sigal Chada, said that the prosecution was being handled by the Clark County District Attorney's Office, not federal authorities. Well, it said in the first one, the FBI led the sting operation and criticized Nevada state authorities for not requiring him to surrender his passport, which allowed him to flee the country. Do you think she gave a fuck? No. It's CYA, cover your ass. That's it. Further noted that Bondi and Cash Patel expressed concern over the incident and called for his immediate return to face justice. On August 19th, the Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson described the arrest and bail as standard. If he's a flight risk, out of country, where else did Jews here commit a crime and they were shipped back to Israel within a couple days? That's 9/11. Huh. Yeah, standard my ass. Let's see. One second here. Shit. One second. This national cybersecurity. Yep. This is it. And boom, boom, boom. National Cybersecurity Authority, located within the Prime Minister's office, was an Israeli security entity responsible for protecting Israeli civilian cyberspace from 2016 to 2018. Wonder why. NSCA provided incident handling services and guidance for all civilian entities, as well as critical infrastructures in the Israeli economy, and works towards increasing the resilience of the civilian cyberspace. Huh. They're not civilian entities, guys. Everybody in Israel has to serve in the IDF. So that means that your whole entire populace is military. At the end of 2017, the Israeli government decided to merge the NCSA with the Israeli National Cyber Bureau, established in 2012, the unit in the Prime Minister's office, which served as its government cyber policy bureau into one unit in the National Cyber Directorate. And this guy was the head of it. Israel was one of the first countries to set up a National Critical Infrastructure Protection, or CIP. February 2002, passed Resolution B84. Always 84s, huh? That's what he's designed to protect critical infrastructure with signing the Israel Security Agency, Shin Bet, with the task. National Information Security Authority took up the task. Although CIP model has proven successful, the country's connectivity and dependency on technology continues to increase, and calls for improved cyber strategy grew stronger. The discovery of Stuxnet catalyzed the policy processes. You know, they did that Stuxnet worm at a Black Hat conference in Vegas. They actually arrested the guy because, well, that Stuxnet virus is no joke. 2010, Bibi formally nominated a special task force to advise recommendations for a national cyber strategy, the Cyber Initiative. The team, headed by Major General retired Professor Isaac Ben Israel. Of course, they're going to take the last name Israel because none of them are even there. Tel Aviv University worked for several months in 8 subcommittees manned by dozens of experts. And where do you think those experts were from? Think 8,200. Team examined all the components vital to the need of the state of Israel to cope successfully in cyberspace, including analysis of national benefits regarding aspects of economy, academy, and national security. So, cope successfully in cyberspace, right? They have to be able to hack everybody. Because if you think about it, blackmail, well, you need all the information to pull off blackmail, right? Cyber Initiative teamwork was concluded in May 2011, summed up in a special report dispatched to the Prime Minister. All during Obama's reign of terror. Note to self. The team's main conclusion was that cyber attacks should be considered a substantial potential threat to the functional continuity of the state, the institutions, and its citizens, and that a general gap has been identified in the cyber defense of the civil sector at large. So also, we have to realize that, remember, $221 million went to Palestine when Obama left office on one of his last days. That was one of the last things he did. Right? So what was that money for? I mean, $221 million to Palestinians. I mean, they seized the West Bank already. And now they're wanting their Greater Israel Project. Wow! Imagine that. At the core of his report, the team recommended that 2 bodies be established, namely a National Cyber Bureau and an executive body for the security of the civil sector by its side. The team also recommended to set up a National Cyber Defense Foil comprising automated computerized systems and manned systems, together defending predefined computer systems. It also motioned for the establishment of National CERT. The team indicated that civil and security components of cyberspace are interlaced and are, to all intents and purposes, inseparable, and that there's a need for a broad national perspective and for the understanding that preparedness of the state of Israel to the challenges of cyberspace is a national undertaking of the first order. Because they knew that, well, when did Bitcoin come out? Because they're also, remember, the pedophile kike over here was big into the whole cryptocurrency and the use and all that. It's like, I thought it was untraceable. That's why I never got into, that's what, once they're gone, then we could talk all that shit. Because if they're still here and this whole monetary system's still here, it's still shit. You still get your shit hacked. It doesn't matter. That's my opinion on it. I mean, everybody else has their own opinions. Mine, that's just the way I'm being led somehow, but something ain't right with it. Because it's all, everything's fake. Fake and gay. All of it is. Development of that strategy generated a professional and important discourse on national level requiring possible ways to establish an operational body responsible for the defense of the civil cyberspace. The need for it had never been in doubt. However, the manner in which this need should be satisfied had been the subject of many discussions and poignant disputes. It was finally resolved through the government's decision to establish a civilian body in the Prime Minister's office, the NCSA. February 2015, the 33rd government of Israel. See? Ah, yes. Approved. 2 government resolutions. Government Resolution 2444, promoting national preparedness for cyber defense. This resolution, the government stipulated that defense of proper functioning in cyberspace is a vital national state goal and vital national interest of the state of Israel. Because they have to be able to steal everybody's shit. Right? Because also, what were they hacking into? Another bridge. We'll go into that. It was accordingly decreed that the aim of NSCA is to protect the entire civilian cyberspace of Israel. Its functions include A, managing, operating, and carrying out all operational defense efforts in cyberspace on a national level as needed in order to give a whole and continuous response to cyber attacks. Nobody's cyber attacking them. They're cyber attacking everybody else. Operating national CERT for the benefit of the economy as a whole, including improvements of cyber resilience and assist in dealing with cyber threats and coping with cyber incidents. Benefit of the economy as a whole. You mean stealing shit. Because if you think they do shit on the up and up, oh boy, I got a bridge to sell you in Arizona. Oceanfront. C, building and enhancing the cyber resilience of the Israeli economy through preparedness, competence, and regulation, including enhancement of sectors and organizations, guidance, regulation of the cyber defense services market, licensing, standardization, exercising general training, incentivization, etc. D, forging implementation and assimilation of national cyber defense methodology. E, performing any other task stipulated by the Prime Minister according to NCSA's aim. So BB's got the call. The NCSA began its activities in early 2016 upon the nomination of its Director General, Bulky Carmelli. Carmelli came to the post after serving over 20 years in, Unit 8200 and in the defense establishment. His last position, he served as the head of technological unit of the Malmob, where he led cyber defense in defense establishment and defense industries. In the past, he was involved in initiatives in the field of protection of sensitive systems. Part of that position, he headed a hedge fund that invested in international technology funds. So the guy had a hedge fund where they legally steal money from all the people that are putting the money in. But hey, you know what? It's to protect their economy, right? NCSA was established as a body which combines security and operational characteristics with civil ones to synergistically lead, together with all other state security organizations, the defense efforts against cyber attacks aimed at Israel's civil sector. Yeah. Catching them in the, probably because they fuck around with nuclear weapons. But nobody wants to say it. One of the core missions of the NCSA is to assist Israeli organizations, the Israeli public at large, in dealing with cyber threats, irrespective of the identity of those responsible for them. This assistance realized through CERT.il, National CERT, Located in the city of Beersheba at the heart of southern Israel. Now you see why Iran was going hot and heavy at Beersheba. The CERT is a 24/7 center offering aid to the general public, from the national critical infrastructure companies to the man on the street. So, how are they helping the general public by diffusing cyber attacks and to the man on the street? But hey, Hamas, right? Besides the CERT, special sectorial centers were established assisting the government's ministries, the financial sector, and the energy sector, and had already proven the value of creating sectoral expertise. In many cases, after professional analysis of the significance of the incident, it was decided to send a response team to assist the organization containing the attack. For example, it was published in the media that during April 2017, the NCSA had thwarted a large-scale cyber attack targeting over 120 organizations in Israel, and that in June, the NCSA dealt with a large cyber attack on Israeli hospitals. How many people are calling bullshit on that? It's government. Well, you get cyber attacks at a hospital. So what does Israel do? Israel just goes and they leveled the last hospital in Gaza, killed all those journalists and shit like that. But hey, you know what? Right? Just find the subs. Take out the subs, then we could take them out. The subgroup, the dolphin class. And there's a reason why there's dolphins too. So, well, at least we know why we can't talk to dolphins. And that is probably going to have to go to Sunday, because how deep that got so fast. A lot of Georges, though. The key therapist, Sidney Gottlieb. Our military's been playing bad. As a governmental entity facing the public, the NCSA was aware that information being shared is often sensitive or confidential due to matters of privacy, intellectual property, etc. Therefore, its actions are compatible with the specific guidelines determined by Attorney General and Department of Justice. But they're stealing all of our information, because all they want is the data. Remember, it's a hologram. It's a very, very high-tech hologram we're in. Probably one of the greatest ever created. But this hologram isn't shit without our operating system. Now, you see why they want all the nanoparticles going to your brain and literally shutting down your Christ consciousness. Because they don't care. They're on the side of the devil. The NCSA acted not only removing attacks that already penetrated organizations, but also helped deal with cyber threats before they reached their organizations. Thus, the BCSA led the national coping with dozens of cyber threats such as WannaCry, NotPetya, CC Cleaner, and Bad Rabbit. Another rabbit. In addition, since its creation, NCSA has been active in the global cybersecurity community and has operational relations with many bodies from various countries across the globe. But yet, all these 8,200 shitbags, they're all in like Spain, Portugal, the United States. They're doing it. That's why it's like, hey, we can't have you in Israel because it's going to bring a lot of heat on us and they're going to be hacking us. So why don't you guys disperse all across the world and just go do whatever you want? Because you get in trouble, well, they're anti-Semitic. There's the dog whistle. These relationships generate not only shared insights and orderly work processes, but also real-time operational aid. Because of this connection, dozens of countries have in many cases assisted the NCSA's effort to curb international attacks on Israeli organizations. You curb their attacks, but at the same time that they're attacking your country. Once again, they're like, oh, it wasn't us. It wasn't us. Just like the hospital bombing. Oh, there was another mistake. It's always a mistake with them. Well, we got a big mistake coming in hot with them. A lot of mistakes. The mistake was Oliver Cromwell letting these Jews back into England back in the 1600s. That's where it all started. So if anybody needs to eat shit, it's Oliver Cromwell and the whole British Empire. The whole monarchy, all these houses, all these people like to play dressed up, they're fucking useless. They're all Nephilim. That's all they are. That's why they have the power. As you can see, they started edging over here. We literally had like 3 or 4 Nephilim in a row, at least. More than that. But we're talking like recent. We're talking like Obama, GW, Clinton, HW. Probably goes back to Carter. And because anybody thinks Carter was a decent person, you fucking, man. The shade of stupid that you were stuck under, it's not my kind of color. Also, it was reported that NCSA has created a framework for cooperation with the DHS's cyber protection body. Another important activity NCSA has been conducting since establishment is boosting the economy's cyber resilience. The activity is conducted in consent by means of raising organizations' awareness of cyber threats and through guidance when public interest requires it. Remember, we're giving these guys billions of dollars a year, and they just blow it on stupid shit that they just go around. They don't care. Remember, all the money goes to Palestine too. Where does it go first? It goes to Israel first. Then they hand it out. Funny thing is, they don't hand shit out. Bruce Willis. Did you make a deal with the devil? I mean, you were with Demi Moore. Demi Moore's fucking little boys. Just saying. Since March 2017, the NCSA was responsible by law to guide national CI organizations such as Israel Electric Company and Israel Railway how to cope with cyber risks, which might shut down critical systems under the direct responsibility. I don't think you have to worry about cyber risks anymore. You have to worry about like actual BOMBS coming in. Meanwhile, the NCSA began work with the sectoral regulators in order to apply cyber defense norms to various defense objectives. Thus, the NCSA and the Israeli government set up dedicated units within the regulatory authorities, and their activities have already begun to bear fruit in the shape of risk assessment surveys and cyber annexes, which help guide the relevant organizations under the general authority of each regulator. In addition, in order to assist the economy in preparation for cyber threats, the NCSA published in early 2017 the Organizational Cyber Defense Methodology. Because where do they get all this stuff from? From the Black Hat conferences. Based on NIST, CSF, offers every organization in Israel to be large, small, with tools for the management and optimization of its defense against the risk of cyber threats and assist it with devising a well-ordered work plan. Thousands of Israeli organizations are already working according to this methodology, which is accessible to all as a free service rendered to the Israeli economy. I'll go back to that PDF. I haven't read it yet, so like I said, we just started printing this today because yesterday was just, an off day. Meanwhile, the NCSA has invested efforts in developing a professional cyber workforce. This was carried out in several layers, initiating in conjunction with the Ministry of Education. Yes, of course, right? A strategic plan to educate youngsters in cyber and shooting other children and turning them into a bunch of hedonistic fucks, incentivizing labor markets to shift towards cyber defense jobs, and finally setting a professional benchmark for those who work in this field in the government ministries. In this context, the NCSA was working to incorporate diverse elements of Israeli society into the industry and the government. Thus, in the course of 2017, vocational courses were open for the ultra-Orthodox community, both men and women, financed by the Ministry of Labor and Welfare, aka the United States of America. We funded all that shit. Dissolution of the NCSA and establishment of a unified body. As mentioned above, the following recommendation of the INCB, the government decided in February 2015 to establish the NCSA as a central operational body for cybersecurity in Israel. Why do you have to capitalize security? Just asking. Which will work alongside the INCB as part of the National Cyber Directorate. The decision to operate two independent units within one directorate was made at the time due to the need to build and strengthen separately the two branches, both the policy, which the INCB is directly responsible for, and the operational NCSA. Therefore, each of the units was appointed as separate director general, and they were managed as independent entities. Toward the end of 2017, following the Prime Minister's directive to concentrate efforts in the field of cyber defense, it was decided to unify the authority with the National Cyber Headquarters, and in 2017, December, the government of Israel passed the government's resolution to unify them into one unit, the National Cyber Directorate, which will be responsible for all aspects of cyber defense in the civilian sphere, from the formulation of policy through research and development to the operational defense of cyberspace. Its first director general was Igor Una. Such awesome romantic names too, just the first to be responsible for both operational defense, which was the responsibility of the NCSA, and the construction of the state force, which was responsibility of the INCB. So here they talk about the fucking this shit and this shit. It's like Because who was the head of it? Executive Director, Defense Division, Israeli National Cyber Directorate. And they just let him right back. Why not? Right? Why not? Let's see. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, guys. What the fuck was it? Let's see what this is. Nope. Hell no. Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, fuck this shit. Now, I clicked on the PDF button, right? This website may be impersonating www.gov.il. To steal your personal financial information, you should go back to the previous page. Why would it be gov.il? I mean, so we're going to look at the PDF. Looks like I can't look at the PDF. Such nice people. Such nice people. Because there's got to be something with this because what was it? They just fired her. Let me find it. I just watched it today, and it makes all the world of sense. Oh, the what? Shit. Damn. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Where in the hell is this? Fire. All right. Let me see it real quick. I think it was under Jimmy Dore. Let's see. Thank you, guys. Here we go. This one will do. Sorry, guys. Just where? Yeah, got it. Nope. Yeah. No, not that one. Shit. Where's it?
Oh boy, I told.
Oh boy. Because now this is from Hustle Bitch. Love this guy. I put it in the YouTube. If you could go at the top. Oh, Wendy. I'm so glad that you. Yep.
Told you something big was about to happen in Washington, and while the legacy media was keeping us distracted, the president has just fired CDC Director Susan Monarez.
Chaos at the CDC hours after refusing to leave her post as a newly appointed director. She's now been fired just weeks into her tenure. Dr. Susan Mornes, her attorneys say she has been targeted by HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for refusing to support unscientific directives.
Now, you might have seen some viral clips from her confirmation hearing.
Do you agree with the American Medical Association that there is no scientific proven link between vaccines and autism?
I have not seen a causal link between vaccines and autism. That is why I have no a priori prejudice against the mRNA platform or any other approach that is being taken to develop vaccines. And that is why we have safety and efficacy standards that the FDA puts in place for any of these medical product trials to ensure that anything that is being developed, we can have the confidence that we can put it in ourselves and our children, our family.
So, as you can see, she had polarizing opinions, but most people don't even know what kind of past Miss Monterez has. You see, before she took up the leadership role at the CDC, she founded and ran the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, or ARPA-H for short. A lot of people don't know, but this agency, built under the Biden administration, is basically a healthcare version of DARPA. It's set up to continue high-risk, high-reward research, and we all know how dangerous that kind of research can be. Miss Monterez basically built that agency, so you can understand why people were baffled when the president nominated her for the role of CDC director. Another reason why people hate her is simply her passion for wearable health surveillance technology. Surely you remember how RFK Jr. has been talking about such devices.
Diet, about their physical activity, about the way that they live their lives. We think that wearables are a key to the MAHA agenda, making America healthy again. And we are going to, my vision is that every American is wearing a wearable within 4 years. She comes to us from ARPA-H. She's a tech genius, and she's going to drive AI and modernize CDC's data systems. And we're going to be able to provide first-class information, gold standard science to the American people.
Well, many people thought he was backing these products thanks to some advice from Susan here. RFK Jr. even protected her from all this criticism in the past through X posts like this one. However, it seems like someone even above RFK Jr. suddenly decided to kick her alongside with some other officials at the CDC. Interestingly, all of this happened one day after Bill Gates had an off-camera meeting with President Trump in the White House. Of course, we can't be certain of what they talked about, but Bill has been holding meetings with lawmakers for a while now.
I'm here in Washington, D.C., meeting with lots of members of Congress. I'm going to encourage them to stay involved in global health, saving millions of children's lives with a small part of the budget.
Could his meeting with the president have caused the...
Why don't he use his own fucking money? I mean, he's dead already. I mean, shit, whoever this fucking second one is, this guy needs to just drop dead too. But I think they're cloning themselves. That's it.
Huge shakeup in the CDC? Well, I doubt it, since the director shared Bill's views. He might actually have met the president to save Susan, but in that case, he clearly failed. Whatever the reason might be, I just hate the idea of slimy guys like Bill Gates meeting up with our sitting president behind closed doors. Another decision that has been controversial to say the least is the deal between the US government and Intel.
That's right, Morgan. President Trump speaking to reporters in the Oval Office just now saying that Intel CEO Lip Bhutan has agreed to give the United States government 10% of the equity in his company.
People have even compared this deal to socialism, but Howard Lutnick was quick to kill these rumors.
Right? The Biden administration had given $11 billion to Intel, given it to them. Done. Corporate just gift. And you turn that into really, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation, and Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give someone $11 billion who's just building in America, they're not doing something special, they're building in America. And their CEO told the president he didn't need the grant. And you said, well, then why don't we get something for it?
Well, remember they said 11 billion, right? Intel starts with the letter I. That's a 9. Then you have 11 billion, another 9/11. But we're going to go back to that DARPA bitch.
Here are the facts.
DARPA.
Biden and his sold-out Democrats had promised to give billions and billions of dollars to these mega tech corporations through the CHIPS Act. In their deal, the companies would just receive the money with no strings attached as long as they hit some targets. The Trump administration did not like that deal, and instead they asked for a 9.9% stake in Intel for the $11.1 billion we're giving them. The U.S. government won't control the company, but having some stake in a company seems better than handing out freebies. The main problem I have with this deal is that Intel has a history of working with Chinese companies. But then again, pretty much every tech company has been working with China.
So I want to just be clear about this. Here in this document, Facebook is talking about making Chinese user data available to the Chinese government because they're going to store that data in China. Is that correct?
Correct.
But when you store that data in China, Americans who exchange messages or other information with Chinese Facebook users, that would mean the Chinese government could get access to the American data as well. Is that correct?
Through the POP servers, potentially, yes.
And Facebook was willing to take that risk?
Yes, there was a lot of discussion about this, and ultimately, yes.
Now, so far, I've had some good things to say about this administration. However, there is one place where the president is failing our people. It's the property taxes, because they are killing the homeowners around this country.
Bought this place for a little over $130K. It was complete fucking dump, inside and out. Since I have purchased it, I've put about $120,000 cash into it. Well, they come along and reassess it. My taxes are going to triple. And I did all that work on my own. I busted my ass. Inside and out, landscaping, fucking roof, gutted half the place. It's getting to the point where I can't even afford to live in a house that I bought almost 15 years ago.
While ordinary people are on the cusp of losing the homes they paid for, the politicians are doing just fine because they can use shady methods to get around these taxes. Take J.B. Pritzker, for example. He removed all the toilets from his multi-million-dollar mansion so that it can be classified as uninhabitable in the legal documents. He ended up saving $330,000 through this scam. He later paid that back, but this is just one example of how many of these millionaires pay no taxes while working class people are fighting to save their homes. The president can remove these taxes by once again using his influence over Congress, just like he did with that big beautiful bill. He won't even need to convince a lot of people, since a lot of lawmakers are already against the property taxes. In fact, even people like Vivek Ramaswamy are building their entire political campaigns around this issue.
So here's the problem. You got many people in our state who are paying more in their property taxes than they are even on the principal and interest payments on their mortgages. And that makes it feel a lot like the land that you own is really just a lease from the government. That's un-American. It's antithetical to our values, and it makes home ownership that much less accessible to young people. And even many older Ohioans see their property tax increased by a bureaucrat who says your land is worth more. They're not liquid. They got to move out of their house when they're living on a fixed income. So we're going to put a ceiling on property taxes one way or another in the state and then bring them down, and combine that with eliminating capital gains taxation and eventually bringing the income tax rate down to zero as well.
So once again, let's raise our voices before these homes end up in the hands of Wall Street and companies like Blackstone or BlackRock. Now, speaking of stopping big entities from owning our land, the governor of Texas has made a huge decision.
This is very simple. Hostile foreign adversaries like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, as well as foreign terrorist organizations like Trinidad and Tobago, must not be allowed to own land in Texas, period. And Texans should not have to compete against foreign adversaries when it comes to buying Texas land. That's right. One of the bills I'm going to sign is SB 17. It's the strongest law in the United States to prohibit foreign adversaries from buying land in our great state.
It was a great decision, and I think other states should follow their example. But while I applaud this, I can't help but notice that the Texas government has still not stopped any of those cloud seeding projects.
You guys go to Google and punch in NOAA Texas weather seeding. When that page comes up, scroll down to NOAA library, click on that, and then scroll to the very bottom, and you can punch in any date you want for any location, any state where they're weather seeding. And if you punch in Central Texas, it'll show you that they've been weather seeding in that area, that they just had the massive floods at Camp Mystic. They've been doing it since March, and it goes all the way through November something. So they're going to be weather seeding that area, 10,000 square mile area, 10 different counties until like mid-November. So is somebody going to be held accountable for this? And are they going to continue to weather seed after we just had a massive catastrophe? I mean, 20 inches of rain is what I heard fell. But the river rose 26 feet, and there are like over 100 people passed away and gone, and they're still looking for kids under 1 year old. Who's going to be held accountable for this?
Folks, it doesn't even matter if the government thinks that cloud seeding is dangerous or not. The fact that so many people are against it is reason enough for the state to pause these activities. Their inactivity tells me they're just waiting for another tragedy, and that's very concerning. People in our federal government are speaking up against this madness, and yet the state governments keep giving these cloud seeding contracts to whoever fills a form. Of course, it won't be shocking to anyone that once again flash flooding is hitting multiple states and threatening the lives of thousands of people. Now, next up, I want to show you a clip.
I feel bad being the first guy to write you a ticket, but you know, I try to help you out.
They send my no license in the ticket.
What's that?
They send the ticket in the no my credit.
I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand. What
Maybe in the this my ticket in the my license.
Yeah.
Or how many year?
Yes, that's the same guy whose actions ended 3 innocent lives. As you can see, he can barely speak English, and this makes me wonder just how in the world did he get his CDL? I mean, surely you need to be able to speak with highway authorities before you can drive a giant rig, but clearly that's not the case. This incident has once again shown us how broken our system really is. These incidents are happening all the time. We just don't hear about most of them. Luckily, they're now getting some much needed spotlight. We're going to end today's video right there. The purpose of this channel has always been to show both sides of the story and share news that doesn't get enough attention on other channels. You can agree with my take, or you can educate me by explaining why I'm wrong. In either case, I love reading your comments, so don't forget to share your thoughts down below. As always, I truly do appreciate you taking the time to watch today's video, and I hope to catch you in the next one.
So, why I wanted to point to her. Let's see if it saved it. I hope it did. Nope. Let me see. Let's see. All right, well. So, see, I print up one, right, out of that DuckDuckGo AI. So now, DEF CON 2025, there we go. held in Las Vegas showcased a variety of themes, topics that reflect the current landscape of cybersecurity. This year's from a role, artificial intelligence, emphasize the transformative role of artificial intelligence, and who knows, fucking just AI and cybersecurity, right? Well, notice that it's missing some stuff, right? Community empowerment through open AI tools, the human element, generative AI, ethical hacking, collaboration, ethical. Real world demonstrations, workshop on AI tools, panel discussion. But what they failed to tell you is, I will read it verbatim from here. Key topics at DEF CON 2025. The AI Cyber Challenge, AIXCC. The competition organized by DARPA and ARPA-H, the same thing that Monterez fucking started, focused on developing AI-driven tools for automatically identifying and patching vulnerabilities in software, particularly in open source projects. Teams competed to create systems that could autonomously find and fix bugs with significant implications for critical infrastructure security. So, why was she fired? Well, if they said, oh, well, you have to wear this, wear that bullshit, right? That was all a fucking trap for them too. We don't need any of that. Neuralink or anything like that, we don't need any of that. Everything we have is built in. So they keep on pushing all this shit and everything like that. It's just stupid. But let me see. I got this. Oh, that's gonna have to wait till Sunday because that's a big one. That's gonna be a lot of stuff. So Sunday, oh man, it's gonna be. We're gonna go over the Black Hat briefings because there's been a change since we last did it. Since we last went over it, so we're gonna go over it again. Because the funny thing is that who's raising some hell down in Texas right now? The fake what's it, shit. I think. See, I just so the Black Hat briefings. Oh, Beto O'Rourke, right? How they're going after him. Remember what we found a long time ago? That he was a part of a hacking group, the Cult of the Dead Cow. So now when people are like, oh, Beto's not going to do this, yeah, they have a lot more pull than you think. So when it comes to cybersecurity and all that, look at the ones that are representing you. See how many of them are hackers. Figure. So there is an event happening on Saturday night. A black moon. I know I didn't even know about a black moon. Jay-Z taught me about a black moon. We're sitting there, just sitting in his massive garage, just hanging out, and because Dean and all them were out for the bachelorette party. So we're just hanging out and babysitting Hazley, which is fucking awesome. It's just so cool. So, a black moon refers to a few different phenomena related to the lunar calendar. What calendar do we go by again? The solar calendar. Who goes by a lunar calendar? Them. Wait, lunar calendar, but generally signifies a month that has no full moon or a second new moon occurring within a single calendar month. So the second new moon in a month. Because the first one was on the 8th, August 8th. The next was on the 30th. Which is, you tell me how that can be? I'm all ears. Because if the first new moon was on August 8th, 2025, the second one, the black moon, is on August 30th, 2025. So, how can that be? Because the cycle for a lunar month, from new moon to new moon, is 29.53 days. From August 8th to April 30th, or August 30th, sorry, it's only 22 days. What happened to the 6 days? Right? Or no full moon in a month. It could also refer to a month that doesn't have a full moon at all. Typically it occurs in February, but it can happen in other months depending on the lunar cycle. Seasonal black moon. Some people refer to the black moon as the new moon that occurs in the same month as the autumn equinox, which can have cultural significance in various traditions. Probably satanic. So they said that next black moon will occur on August 30th, 2025, as will be the second new moon in the month of August. This can be a great time for reflection and planning for the upcoming lunar cycle. We do not go by lunar cycles, guys. We go by solar cycles. It's always about light with us. We do not deal with the darkness. We do not deal with ivy because ivy grows in the dark. That's why they plant it everywhere. It's a weed. So in the last 10 black moons, define a second new moon occurring in a single calendar year, or single calendar month. August 30th, 2025, July 31st, 2016, March 30th, 2014, hold up. I got something on this. Where the fuck did I put you? Sorry, guys. All right. So, riddle me this. November 22nd, 2012. Remember, 2012 is a big year, right? That was on the 49th anniversary of JFK assassination. But also, it's exactly 190 years since the secret Treaty of Verona. That was done on 11/22/1822. They're cucks for their 33s. Let's see, yeah, because it's 29.53 days, which is 11/8. Cute. So then you have August 31st, 2012, February 21st, 2010, January 15th, 2010, December 31st, 2009, November 30th, 2009, February 28th, 2008. So, let's see. It's also impossible. 2010, January 15th, 2010, and then February 21st, there was another one. Well, the math just doesn't math because January 15th to February 21st is 30. Let's see. Sorry, I got to do math in my fucking head. Nah, shit. One second, guys. What's up? Oh, shit. There we go. Okay, you got 31. So you got 16. So how in the hell? Just asking questions because the math ain't mathin'. How can they say that there was a black moon on January 15, 2010, and then another one on February 21st, 2010, when the span is 36 days? It doesn't fit their cycle at all. Average time between new moon cycles known as lunar month or synodic month is approximately 29.53 days. This is the duration represents the time it takes for the moon to complete one full cycle of phases from one new moon to the next. So why is it the math? But it says this is why the lunar calendar is not aligned perfectly with the solar calendar, which is based on a 365-day year. But they go off and say the actual length of a lunar month can vary slightly due to the elliptical shape of the moon's orbit and gravitational influences from the Earth and the sun. Get fucked. This is so stupid. You know, because right now we have. What's our next one coming up? Oh. What the fuck can that be too? So if August 30th is the black moon, right? Explain to me this. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, right here, the 30th, right? Here's the black moon day. Guess when the next full moon is? September 2nd. Which is a 9/11. Those scoring at home. And it's the corn moon. Time for harvest, huh? Then 30 days from there, you have the hunter's moon, October 2nd. So how can you have a black moon? Because that means that splits in half. So if August 8th was the first one, then you plus 20. It should be the 7th. Should be right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days. There's something definitely off these black moons. Because, of course, I asked, I'm like, you know, is it satanic? It's like, well, while some individuals or groups may choose to associate the black moon with darker themes, this is not a widespread or inherent aspect of the term. Most interpretations focus on significance in the lunar cycle and its potential for personal growth and renewal. Said that in contemporary spiritual practices, the black moon is often seen as a time for manifestation and intention setting rather than anything sinister. Then why are you going after the lunar calendar? Good call, Pat. 10 days of darkness, huh? Because where in the hell is this? I mean, there's been a lot of 10 days, including the whole trial with Muhammad. No, not Muhammad. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. How they, just threw his case out in Gitmo. I thought he was guilty of 9/11. Oh, no. Then we could flip through a quick one right now because this one is kind of just. This one we could build off of because there's something definitely here. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. So, you know that shitbag, Dershowitz. So I put a 3-eye atlas. October 29th, they say, huh? That is not a comet. Why? In fact, after going through this, let me write down. Watch something on that, and we'll go right in that. Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy. Ooh, it's 5 pages, but there's only really like 2 pages, and then the list. American think tank, almost fully funded by the Israel deep state. But there's a good part of Israel? Not likely. On board is Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz. Also, Christine Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, is a research fellow there. Oh. All right. Activities, Al McLeod. Note the last name, guys. Always that last name. Always bring you in. The McLeods. Wrote that the think tank was a key player in the U.S. government's decision to repress the 2024 Gaza protests on university campuses worldwide. Nationwide. So when are we getting rid of all these fucking Jews in the nation? Send them all packing. We don't want their shit here. Get rid of them. Get rid of them out of their universities. I don't care if the universities go fucking belly up at this point. Let them go to Canada and go to those fucking Indian Hindu colleges that they built. You know, and shopping centers and all that. Because then they go there, they say, oh, we're here for school, for, you know, the study. And then they're off driving trucks and having people murdered. Right? Oh, no, Joe Biden didn't pardon him from Gitmo. That guy's completely innocent. That was all done during Trump's first term. We actually have the calendar on that too. Because they canceled the whole, in fact, it was in the drops. It was from 12/7 to 12/17. Because that was the next day. It went from 12/7 to 12 and 12/16 at Gitmo. They canceled the whole trial. They remember they flew them all out of here. That's why people are like, oh, what the hell? Why did they let them loose? Well, unfortunately, we're going to get into that Sunday because that falls under all the projects. Because everybody's like, oh, MK Ultra. Guys, we got to get off the MK Ultra shit. MK Ultra is so 50s and 60s. You know, look at MK Naomi. You know, the one for biowarfare and poisoning foods. Imagine that. The group produced reports linking student leaders with foreign terrorist organizations and promoted dubious claims about a wave of anti-Semitism washing over American colleges. It met frequently with both Democratic and Republican leaders and urged them to investigate, i.e. repress, the leaders of demonstrations. 2018 investigation found that Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs, Brigadier General, of course, channeled $445,000 to ISGAP, a sum representing nearly 80% of its entire revenues of that year. Income which ISGAP failed to disclose to either public or the federal government. So they have 155 people. Oh, look. Erwin Kotler. Go after this guy, Canada. Dershowitz, supporter of torture, forced jabs, and legal defender of Jeffrey Epstein. Dizit, Yosef Yaffe, Christine Maxwell, twin sister of fucking Isabel Maxwell. Emmanuel Ottolenghi, Foundation for Defense of Democracy, suspected U.S.-Israeli DSF. Nathan Sharansky, former dissident of Soviet Union, neocon, Bilderberg List Circle. When you hear neocon, that's literally a communist built into the Republican Party. Neoconservative, it's just... Yeah, look at all these names. There's that, man. Anti-Semitism, huh? Nothing to see here. Just a bunch of red. Right? Right. Okay, back to we got a I did put that. Yeah, I did put that in there. Let me find this video real quick because it's a fucking good video. Okay, I think I got it right here. All right, I put the link in the YouTube chat, and I've got up. If anybody could switch us over this by Secure Team 10, please subscribe to this channel. If this is the one that we showed the question of the extraterrestrial on, when it's like 4 parts back in the 50s.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. Tonight, I've got something that's, well, it's been keeping me up. And let's be honest, that's not too hard to do. But this one is different. And that is because there is an object which I am thoroughly sure that all of you have heard about and have been waiting for my take on, moving through our solar system right now. And the deeper you look into it, the stranger it gets. Now, if you guys have been keeping up with the strange activity in space lately, or you saw my last recent video about 3 weeks ago or so where I first discussed the discovery of this anomalous object, then you've probably got a pretty good idea of what most people know, officially at least. You've probably heard the whispers about a mysterious interstellar visitor named officially 3I Atlas. But if not, don't worry. I've dug into the details and trust me, something doesn't add up here. Now, officially, the space agencies have said that 3I Atlas, which, by the way, is the 3rd interstellar object ever detected entering our solar system, is basically just another boring comet passing through space. Case closed, right? Not even close. Because when you actually dig into the data, the facts don't line up, and some of what we're learning suggests that this could be one of the most significant and possibly artificial objects ever to pass through our cosmic neighborhood. So grab a drink, get comfortable, because we are going to break down in official Secure Team style what we know, what they aren't telling us, and why this thing could be a lot more than just a comet. 3I Atlas was first spotted by the Atlas telescope system in Hawaii, flagged immediately because of its steep hyperbolic orbit, meaning it's not bound to our sun. It came screaming in from interstellar space from the direction of Lyra, where it then swung around the sun and is now headed back out into the void. On paper, it's quote-unquote just a comet, a dirty snowball from another star system, knocked loose and drifting our way. That's the safe official version, but the closer we look, the less that story holds up. Now, about its size, estimates range from a few hundred meters up to several kilometers. But whatever it is, it's tearing through space at over 130,000 miles per hour, faster than anything humanity has ever launched. And here's the kicker, this thing could be ancient, possibly older than the sun itself, drifting through the galaxy for billions of years before it showed up here. And that brings us to today's new and very strange updates about 3I Atlas. So here is an update that just came in hot today, and it changes everything. The James Webb Space Telescope has finally taken its first close look at 3I Atlas using its powerful NIR spec instrument, and what it saw reportedly shocked researchers. Instead of a water-rich comet, which is the textbook model, Webb found a coma overwhelmingly dominated by carbon dioxide. We are talking one of the highest CO to water ratios ever measured, and it's not a fluke. NASA's new Sphere X mission confirmed the same thing, detecting a sprawling bright CO2 cloud around Atlas with almost no water vapor to be found. And yet, what's the official word? NASA is sticking with the, quote, natural comet label. brushing it off as just having, quote, very unusual proportions. So this weirdness is exactly what's fueling the debate, forcing the mainstream to stop ignoring the elephant in the room, and that elephant's name is Avi Loeb. So what do we have here? Because this story just continues to unravel. Just like with our old friend Oumuamua, the first interstellar object that caused a huge stir, 3I Atlas is not behaving like a normal comet, and I don't suspect it will anytime soon or with any further data that we do get. That's if it's even the real data. That's the problem with NASA and other space agencies is they lie. They cover up things, they release false or fake evidence, and then you have a ton of people online hating on you because they think that you gave them incorrect info, incorrect data, or that you were just making stuff up. But if you know the history of NASA and the other various space agencies, you'll know that they cannot be trusted, and their cover-ups have been uncovered many, many times in the past by others, as well as yours truly right here on Secure Team. So, despite this strangeness, NASA is sticking to their guns, saying that the nucleus of the object is likely under a kilometer across, made of CO2, water ice, and other volatiles, just in very unusual proportions. And as you'd expect, this has reignited debate, and most of the scientific community says that Avi Loeb's alien probe theory is far-fetched. But even now, they are being forced to directly address his claims instead of just ignoring them. So this is a war for the truth, and the divide is clear. The official line says natural comet, but the data keeps throwing curveballs. So next, I'm going to go one by one, talking about the other unusual things about this so-called comet. First, let's talk about the issue with the tail. Comets heat up, and when that happens, ice vaporizes, which then leaves gas and a dust trail behind. Classic science here, guys, but the Hubble telescope's images of Atlas showed something that should not exist, and that is a dust plume pointing toward the sun, or in other words, a comet with a tail facing in the wrong direction. So, you know how a typical comet gets close to a star and it starts to melt, and you know, the ice and the dust burn off and trail behind it, forming that classic comet tail, always pointing away from the sun. And so 3I Atlas is doing the opposite. So yeah, we have a comet with a tail that's going the wrong way, and that's not supposed to happen. Scientists are calling it a, quote, sun-facing dust plume. But let's be real, nobody has a clear explanation yet, and it breaks all the rules. In fact, there's not much of any ice or water or gases coming off of this object at all, and the only thing that they've really detected is basically a thin cloud of dust coming off of it, not the typical chemical makeup that you would see with a comet, let alone a comet with a tail pointing the wrong direction as it heads towards our sun. Next, we have an issue with the chemical makeup. Too much CO2 and not enough water. Now, as I said earlier, typical comets pump out water vapor. They pump out CO. They pump out frozen gases. But 3I Atlas, it's spewing carbon dioxide. Way more than water. Even when water is detected, it's only in trace amounts, far less than what you'd expect if this thing were really just ice and dust, and that's not normal. And what about the path or trajectory of 3I Atlas? Interstellar objects should be coming in from random angles, slicing through the solar system however they happen to arrive. But Atlas, it just so happens to be cruising almost perfectly aligned with the flat plane our planets orbit on, the ecliptic. That's not what randomness looks like. It looks deliberate. So much so that it has and will be making some very close passes right by many of the planets in our solar system, including Mars, Jupiter, and others. And this is a point that is bothering a good amount of researchers, because this thing just so happens to be coming in on a very clean path, almost perfectly lined up with the same flat plane that most of our planets orbit on, and that's weird. You know, interstellar objects should be coming in at all sorts of angles, not neatly aligned like this. It's like someone planned the route. Maybe it's a coincidence, but maybe not. But here is the real kicker. Observers have noted a non-gravitational acceleration. In other words, Atlas is getting a push from something besides gravity. Normally, scientists explain this with cometary outgassing, which are little jets of gas acting like rocket engines coming from the comet. Well, that explanation falls apart here, because for the amount of push Atlas is showing, it should have a massive glowing coma with bright jets streaming off of it. But it doesn't. Even the James Webb Telescope, with its unmatched infrared eyes, sees an elongated solid body with almost nothing coming off of it. Imagine watching a car speed down the street with no engine noise, no exhaust, no cause. That's what we're looking at here. And then there is Mr. Avi Loeb. You know him as the Harvard astrophysicist who argued that Oumuamua wasn't natural. Now he's pointing at Atlas, saying the same thing. Mr. Loeb notes the weird forward-facing glow, the unexplained acceleration, the absence of a normal tail. He's even suggested this thing could be nuclear-powered. And this guy isn't some internet crank. He's a Harvard professor, saying out loud what others won't, that we may be looking at something artificial. So let's put it all together. We have an interstellar object with a tail pointing the wrong way. It's spewing carbon dioxide instead of water. It's moving on a suspiciously perfect trajectory, passing very close to many of the other planets in our solar system. The object is also accelerating without an exhaust. Add on to that the Hubble and James Webb imagery and data apparently being held back. And we have a respected Harvard astrophysicist suggesting it could be powered even nuclear. And I have to say, before we jump off here, at what point do we stop calling this a comet and start calling it what it is, an unidentified anomalous phenomena, a UAP in space, or a UFO? With everything happening right now, from UFO hearings, whistleblowers, mainstream disclosure, the timing couldn't be more interesting. So the question remains, is Atlas just a dead piece of cosmic debris passing through, or is it technology just passing by to say hello? Drop your thoughts down in the comments below, and I'll be continuing to watch this one closely. So in the meantime, as always, you guys keep watching the skies and stick right here with Secure Team 10 for the best in new UFO and alien-related phenomena and the strange things happening on and off of our planet and those trying to cover it up. I am Tyler. Thank you guys for stopping by. As always, I just want to say that I appreciate and love all you guys. So stay tuned for much more. I've got some brand new UFO footage coming your way. I'm editing that video right now, and I promise it won't be posted a month away. So stick around right here. Much love, guys, and I'll see you back in just a bit. Stay safe.
This shit's good. I mean, solid. So I want to touch on one more thing about Beto O'Rourke. So if he is being investigated, right, and he's a part of the cult of the dead cow, and they deal with hacking, I wonder if there's a tie between him and Act Blue, right? There's a flat earth there. Well, the flat earth, funny thing is, remember, he said the plane that everything goes on, right? No. Extend it out. I mean, I have a... So when did they say it was coming? So what, the 29th, was it? Somebody mentioned about the date that I think he said October 29th. So thing is the 3.0, right? When did they say Hillary was getting arrested? The Monday morning on October 30th, right? Go 3 days back as the 27th. 27th. Well, that's a Monday. It's also Mom's birthday. What happened the next day? So that would be 7 years, 3, 6, 4. So we got, actually, let me see. Let me check this shit out quick. That. Here. The hell? The fuck they do now? Oh. They changed this whole thing. Come on. All right. Here's it again. It's always something. What we say date? 30th? No. Huh. This is odd. So if we go from October 28th, 2017, Q drop number 1, October 30th, 2025, which is Thursday. Remember 10:30. Remember the rest, right? Thursday. But you have to go to the Monday, right? 2,924 days. Wow, that's a 17. The holidays. Remember Trump bitched about holidays, right? How many holidays? 88. Here's the 27th. So now we just go 3 days back. So it'd be 291. Be 14, double 7. Business days, 2,000 exactly. Business days. And of course, weekends, 836. That's a 17. Well, they did say, timing is everything, right? All right. Let me see. I do think I have one more thing to go over real quick. Oh, I have so much catching up to do with the whole Epstein. I haven't watched one of them since we left. So I got to catch up on all those too. It's just good times, right? Oh, yeah. How about that chick getting charged for fucking dropping the N-bomb in Minnesota? The little bastard was fucking stealing out of her purse. Remember all that shit in Minneapolis when it happened, and then people raised money for her, and now they're charging for it. Well, don't act like one, you won't be called one. But yet nobody mentions about the pedophile that was recording it, an illegal alien here, But then she's the problem. But then if you mention Carmelo Anthony and all, oh my God. Oh, whoa. Now you're racist. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck his whole family. Fuck his whole lineage. They're all shitbags. They're all shitbag commies. Oh, God. Then. Ugh. Oh. You guys aren't going to believe this. Oh, man. Remember a month ago, it was, let me see. It was right before we left. And we were talking about that guy that's running around sniffing butts. Right? In California. Only in America can you have fucking news titles like this. Serial butt sniffer again, despite being charged and held on a $100,000 bail just a month ago. Yeah, this guy. He was on parole at the time of his arrest. Documented history of arrest for lewd conduct, dating back to 2021. But hey, they just keep on letting him out. Look at this guy. And you thought Obama had a set of handlebars on the side of his head. How do they even let this guy anywhere? I mean, I'm going to put this. Look at this shit. I mean, what the fuck? I got nothing. I got nothing for that. In fact, I'm going to put that here. I'm going to put that in the chat so it's official. I'm just going through some of the things that we found on this page. Let's see this. Let me see this. Shit. Let me see this. Hold on 1 second, guys. Oh my God, oh my God, I gotta go back to that one too. I'm gonna have to pull that one up. Is that we got one that came up? I'll save that one. Show 831. All right. That one. Oh man. Let's see. Oh yeah, and John Gruden won his court case against the NFL. Maybe that's why Trump's like, hey, we're just gonna go ahead and turn soccer back to football over here. Well, why is that? Oh my God! We'll have to do that. Oh my God, we've got so much catching up to do. It sucks. Because even down to all the shit he did on the 25th, and how he made them all come in and they have to sit around his desk. It's like the world is watching, the world is here, right? I mean, there's so much damn gold now in the White House. So what's he going to do? Is he going to take it when he leaves? No, he ain't leaving. And that's why I don't get why people are all talking about, well, next election, who take, JD Vance or focus on. It's like, what don't you understand about Trump 2028? Whoa. Russia landed a missile on the doorstep of the British consulate in Kiev. Yes. Fuck them all. I love it. Get all those fucking limeys out of there too. Shitbags. When we refer to limey, we're talking about the upper tier ones. I mean, a lot of Brits they're pissed off now, but they can't do anything about it because, their hands are tied. But where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, let's see that. Let's see. Oh. Fuck. Yeah, this one's gotta go up. Come on. Okay. I'm old jerk. All right, got one here. It's a funny one. And the I'm whole flaw. I don't know if you got David got the Native Americans in on the AI. It's good times.
I'm old turquoise, and today I'm doing some interviews at the Special Olympics.
Woo! Let's get retarded.
This is going to be hot, y'all. I've started giving cigarettes to insects like this butterfly here. Oh, the president is going to be announcing the games today.
So this is the oppressed Olympics, where people with fake mental disabilities get up here and try to fucking one-up each other on who has more stupid shit to brag about online and hide behind a keyboard with fake rage. Alrighty, now let's get started.
I am oppressed and I have PTSD and ADHD and I identify as a furry. Am I special enough for the Special Olympics?
Wow. Now I'd grab that one by the fucking pussy. Nobody grabs pussy better than me, I can tell you that shit right now.
I'm a they should them because I'm so fat that I could be considered plural, and I'm very beautiful because I eat too much and all men want to have sex with me, sick motherfuckers.
Ew, this is absolutely disgusting right here. This retard looks identical to Rosie O'Donnell. That's hard to do. Back to you, old turquoise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look, I've been walking around and found this hot-ass dandelion to put in my hut. I'm more oppressed than you, bitch.
Look at these fruity faggots in the stands cheering for mental disabilities to be glorified in America, just gaying it up in the stands, sucking cock with their assholes and farting like a whistle because their poop chute was pounded by another man's dick. It's like a Dallas Cowboys game.
I identify as a butch, and at home I identify as a fucking cat and shit in a litter box because I'm traumatized. Am I special enough for the Olympics?
Look at this dyke here. Probably has a blue waffle to match her hair. She Googled her symptoms and is YouTube certified in all categories of science. Quite frankly, my fucking eyes can't take watching these idiots destroy beautiful America. I'm out of here.
These commie fuckers win. They're the ones that want everyone to be winners by their logic anyway.
Let's identify as rabbits and be gay and fuck over there and brag about it to the world.
Oh, and if you don't like my goddamn mouth, you can kiss my orange fucking taint. Tired of cocksuckers telling me to not be myself. So fuck you. Like me for me or not. I'm not the fucking boss.
Yeah. AI is like a double-edged sword, isn't it? It's a love-hate relationship. Let's see. See? Gonna slide one more in here. Oop. All right, got one more here. This one's a shorty.
Bro learned about personal space. Ooh, what's this?
Hello, bro. Hold on. I might light it back up and it back. Hey.
True.
Hold on, bro. Give me some space here, man. Huh? Yeah, bro. You smoking a black in his face, bro. Bro, he's been here longer than you have, bro. You need to move aside. Say on God. You need to move aside, bro. You're smoking a black in his face, bro. Hey, say on God, he been here longer than me. I swear, bro. He's literally gotten here. He was up here before you got up here, bro. I got shit to do, bro. Please stop smoking the black in his face, bro. Bro, please move. Thank you. Here, bro. Let me see your torch real quick. No, I don't need that. That's him.
Boom! Dead. Know what you gotta do now?
Oh my god, I was not expecting that. That was really good. Fuck around and find
That's what
out.
you do.
Oh, he just got tapped. Nope. Back. Down, bitch. I love how nobody gives a fuck. Everybody's like, yep. I'm not even mad. You talking about you gonna hit somebody else and they hit you? Well, you shouldn't have been talking about hitting him. You getting right into his personal space. I think that is a 100% self-defense situation. It's completely innocent. He did nothing wrong, bro. Nothing wrong at all.
Should have stomped on him. And we got another one.
The Jew.
Nope. Yep. Damn it. Well, this one's going to be a little long. This one's 22 minutes, but we have to watch it because it is the history of the most hated people. Came out 3 days ago. I'm sure you guys know who we're referring to, right? Right? Telling you what. All right. It's chimed up. It's 22 minutes long, so we're good to go.
Has blossomed through millennia.
And I did post it in the YouTube chat. Like I said, I'm still dealing with the whole email thing because even though I put my account in there, it says I have to go back to that email, which I don't know the password to. So it's going to be one of those.
A culture forged in the crucible of an often tragic past. From ancient exiles to enduring expulsions, from relentless persecutions to an arduous struggle for survival, the Jews have frequently been cast as society's perennial scapegoats. And the recent conflict between Israel and Palestine has only added more fuel to the fire, spurring outrage that goes way beyond the valid critiques towards a disproportionately violent response and arguably genocide being done by Israel and targeting Jews as a whole. But how did we get here? Well, to better understand this persistent hatred and misconception about the Jewish people, the best way to do so would be to examine their history in Europe. Even from their earliest days, the Jewish people faced an uphill battle for survival against powerful empires. From their initial formation into distinct kingdoms, Israel and Judah, they found themselves nestled between giants like Egypt, Assyria, and Babylon, as well as ancient Greeks and the Romans, which led to centuries of battles, defeats, expulsions, and rebellions. During the Roman rule of Judea in particular, religious and political tensions exploded. The Romans worshipped many gods and revered their emperors as divine, which completely clashed with the Jewish belief in one indivisible God. This fundamental difference, coupled with heavy Roman taxes and the Jews' desperate longing for self-rule, fueled a series of massive uprisings against Rome. Adding to the chaos were internal divisions within Jewish society, with groups like the Zealots pushing for armed resistance. These revolts culminated in the catastrophic First Jewish-Roman War. In 70 CE, the Second Temple in Jerusalem was utterly destroyed, followed by widespread slaughter and the enslavement of countless Jews. A subsequent major uprising, the Bar Kokhba revolt, led to even more carnage and the expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem. This dramatically sped up their spread across the vast Roman Empire and into various parts of Europe, laying the groundwork for the Jewish diaspora of today. This period also coincided with the emergence of a new Abrahamic movement called Christianity. I don't know if you've heard of it, which would end up superseding the Roman polytheistic belief and becoming the dominant religion within the declining empire. Which is pretty ironic, considering a major reason for the Romans' animosity towards the Jews was their refusal to worship Roman gods and deities instead of their one god, which is technically also the same Christian god the Romans ended up worshipping. As the Roman Empire fragmented, Jewish communities faced varying degrees of persecution within newly formed entities such as the Byzantine Empire or the Visigothic kingdoms. In Visigothic Spain, for example, the persecution was particularly brutal. A key reason for this intense hatred and subjugation was the growing Christian belief that Jews were collectively responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. This accusation, known as deicide, theologically backed by the New Testament, fueled a profound animosity from Christians towards Jews that has yet to be fully extinguished. However, the 7th century also witnessed the rapid emergence of Islam from the Arabian Peninsula, which quickly expanded across the Middle East, North Africa, and into parts of the Iberian Peninsula. Under early Islamic rule, Jews, alongside Christians, were generally granted tolerated dhimmi status as people of the book, thanks to their monotheistic Abrahamic faiths. While they paid a special tax and faced some social restrictions, Jews were treated relatively well, with some of them even preferring being ruled by the Umayyad Caliphate, as opposed to the way they would be treated and discriminated against by the emerging Christian kingdoms in Europe. During Umayyad rule, they were largely protected and allowed to practice their religion, and forced conversion, unlike under many Christian rulers, was mostly applied to polytheists, not to established monotheistic communities. With the rise of Christianity in the Middle Ages, the demonization of Jews intensified, building upon earlier theological arguments that portrayed them as responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. This led to the proliferation of disturbing imagery and stereotypes. Jews were often depicted as grotesque, fiendish figures, sometimes even associated with the devil, and became targets of false accusations like the blood libel, the claim that Jews murdered Christian children for ritual purposes, and host desecration, the accusation that Jews deified consecrated communion wafers. These libels, often fueled by sermons and popular folklore, incited violence. During pivotal events like the Crusades, marching Christian crusaders frequently turned their fervor against Jewish communities in Europe, massacring thousands across the continent. Later, during the devastating Black Death in the mid-14th century, Jews were made scapegoats, falsely accused of poisoning wells and spreading the plague, leading to widespread massacres and the annihilation of entire communities across Europe. Due to their marginalized status and often being denied land ownership and entry into traditional guilds, Jews in medieval Europe were frequently pushed into occupations like merchants, bankers, and tax collectors. Their widespread diaspora networks and linguistic abilities made them particularly suited for roles as middlemen in trade, especially between the often hostile Christian and Muslim kingdoms, where direct Christian-Muslim commercial interactions were discouraged. This crucial role often allowed Jewish merchants to accumulate considerable wealth. However, this success, coupled with existing anti-Semitic narratives, fueled suspicion and resentment, leading to damaging rumors that their prosperity was gained through immoral means, further linking them to negative folklore, accusations of causing calamities like the plague, and even black magic and witchcraft. Throughout much of medieval Christian Europe, Jews faced persistent legal restrictions, social ostracism, and periodic violence, often culminating in expulsions from kingdoms like England and France. However, there were notable exceptions to this pervasive hostility. In the Iberian Peninsula, particularly under Muslim rule and what was known then as Al-Andalus, Jewish communities often experienced periods of relative tolerance. Centers like the Cordoba Caliphate became intellectual and cultural safe havens where a large Jewish population contributed significantly to philosophy, science, medicine, and poetry, creating a golden age of Jewish culture alongside their Muslim and at times Christian neighbors. While the succeeding Almoravid dynasty was more religiously fundamentalist than previous Muslim rulers, Jewish communities were not as harshly persecuted or restricted as was the case in many Christian European kingdoms during the same time. But then the Reconquista campaigns ended in an emphatic Christian victory, and boom! The Spanish Inquisition, baby! Bet you didn't expect that. Nobody does. Following these successful campaigns of liberation of the Iberian Peninsula from the Umayyad Caliphate, the Spanish crown sought to firmly establish Catholicism throughout the Spanish kingdoms, putting an end to ethnic and religious diversity in those regions. The Spanish Inquisition went to extreme lengths in order to eradicate any perceived threats to the Catholic faith, resulting in the torture and death of many innocent people accused of heresy or even witchcraft. Non-Catholics, especially Jews, were faced with a choice: leave the Iberian Peninsula or convert to Christianity and get eventually persecuted down the line anyway. An ultimatum from the Crown of Spain came in 1492 with the Alhambra Decree, which ordered the expulsion of all unconverted Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. Many Jews were forced to leave their ancestral homes and moved into the Ottoman Empire and all across Europe, particularly to Italian city-states such as Florence, Pisa, and Venice. This sudden influx of Jews caused by the Spanish Inquisition further exacerbated Jewish-Christian tensions across Europe. Just like in most European kingdoms or city-states, the Venetian Jewish community was harshly discriminated against and segregated from the rest of society. They were confined to an isolated district of Venice called Ghetto Nuovo, and forced to wear identifiable inscriptions such as yellow hats. In spite of these discriminatory measures, the Jewish merchants were tolerated and their services were sought after for one simple reason: they could charge interest on their loans, something which was considered forbidden and downright sinful by Christian merchants. In fact, usury and interest on lending was also perceived as immoral by Jews, but only between each other, whereas loans between Jews and non-Jews were perfectly fine, according to the book of Deuteronomy. Despite these limitations, Jewish merchants, with their extensive networks across the Mediterranean and beyond, played a crucial role in the economic boom of the Italian city-states. This period saw the rise of innovations that are now cornerstones of global economics, from more formalized systems of credit, the establishment of banks and bond markets, to the trivial switch from Roman numerals to Arabic ones, more suited for calculations and inventories. The dynamism of these Italian city-states fueled in part of these financial innovations, and the participation of diverse merchant communities laid some of the groundwork for modern capitalism and global trade practices as we know them today. However, the Jewish merchants' unique economic role, particularly in money lending, further fueled a vicious and persistent stereotype: that of the money-hoarding Jew. This image, often malicious, painted Jews as greedy, cunning, and solely focused on material gain, rather than seeing them as individuals often forced into these professions due to societal restrictions. While Western Europe often saw Jewish communities subjected to expulsion, segregation, and intense discrimination, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth emerged as an extraordinary beacon of relative tolerance and opportunity, and a progressive multicultural safe haven. From the late Middle Ages into the early modern period, various Polish rulers and Lithuanian Grand Dukes granted charters that protected Jewish rights, allowed for communal autonomy, and encouraged their participation in the economy. This relative freedom, in stark contrast to the widespread persecution elsewhere, led to a massive migration of Jews eastwards, creating a vibrant and culturally rich center of Jewish life. By the 17th century, it's estimated that roughly half of the world's entire Jewish population resided within the vast borders of the Commonwealth, forming a crucial part of its economic and social fabric, particularly in areas like trade, crafts, and administration of estates. This unique environment allowed for the flourishing of Jewish religious scholarship, communal institutions, and Yiddish culture on an unprecedented scale. This era of relative peace, however, was brutally shattered in 1648 with the outbreak of the Khmelnytsky uprising. Led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Cossack hetman, this massive revolt of Ukrainian Cossacks and peasants against the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was fueled by religious, social, and economic grievances. Jews, who often served as leaseholders and administrators for Polish nobles in Ukraine, became caught in the crossfire. Seen by the rebels as agents of the hated Polish landlords and Catholic authorities, they became a primary target of the Cossack and peasant wrath. The ensuing years saw widespread pogroms, organized massacres, and violent riots that devastated Jewish communities. Thousands were brutally murdered, entire towns were annihilated, and countless others fled, were sold into slavery, or forcibly converted. What's worse, the Khmelnytsky uprising also played a huge role in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth's long and drawn-out decline, which resulted in its three-step partition by its regional rivals, Austria, Prussia, and Russia. The latter, having received the lion's share of the carcass of Poland, was left in charge of the remaining and resilient Jewish communities in Eastern Europe. This shift brought a new era of severe persecution for Jews. The Russian Empire systematically confined most of its Jewish population to a specific region known as the Pavlov settlement. Established in 1791, practically ghettoizing millions within a vast impoverished territory. Beyond mere spatial restriction, a series of oppressive laws were enacted, including severe limitations on professions, education quotas, and the notorious conscription of Jewish boys or cantonists into the army from a young age, often for decades, with pressure to convert. This state-sanctioned discrimination was punctuated by horrific waves of pogroms, particularly after the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881, and again from 1903 to 1906. These violent, often government-condoned attacks led to widespread death, injury, destruction of property, and profound fear, pushing many Jews to seek refuge through mass emigration to Western Europe and the Americas.
Just spreaded the disease, that's all they were doing. They were all out it.
The recent persecution in the Russian Empire, coupled with the long history of discrimination and expulsion across Europe, as well as rising anti-Semitism and ethnic nationalism, fueled the rise of the Zionist movement in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. This political movement advocated for the self-determination of the Jewish people and the establishment of a sovereign Jewish state, primarily in their ancient ancestral homeland of Palestine. At the time, Palestine was part of the Ottoman Empire, which naturally opposed any nationalist movements that threatened its territorial integrity. However, the outbreak of World War I drastically changed the geopolitical landscape. The Ottoman Empire sided with the Central Powers and was ultimately defeated. As a result, its territories were carved up by the victorious Allied powers, leading to the creation of British Palestine under a League of Nations mandate, a development that would profoundly impact the future of the Zionist movement and the region. Because of course, the Brits did what they do best: draw nonsensical lines on the map without any input from the indigenous people of the lands that fell under their control. It should be also noted that the Zionist ideal of a Jewish state in Palestine was strongly opposed, both by Jewish and non-Jewish opposition. Luckily, there was another, less historically tense choice for a Jewish homeland: the Soviet Jewish Autonomous Oblast, located in the barren Far East Siberian plains. Bruh. Who wouldn't want to live there? Indeed, proposals for a Jewish state ranged far beyond the Holy Land, including other equally appealing options such as a large part of Albania and a few African colonies like Uganda, Kenya, and Madagascar. The last one in particular was promoted heavily by European anti-Semites in the early 20th century, and later on by the German Reich with their Madagascar plan to forcibly evict European Jews onto a remote African island. Fun fact, the setting of Attack on Titan shows an inverted map of the world with Madagascar, aka Paradise Island, in the center, possibly referencing the Madagascar Plan, along other subtle symbolism towards Nazi Germany's treatment of Jews. Speaking of, following the destruction of World War I, the interwar period witnessed a terrifying resurgence and intensification of anti-Semitism across Europe. Economic hardship, political instability, and the rise of extremist ideologies like fascism and Nazism created fertile ground for scapegoating. Jews were often blamed for everything from the economic depression to the perceived moral decay of society, becoming convenient targets for demagogues seeking to rally popular support. Propaganda machines churned out vile caricatures portraying Jews as a sinister, conspiring force, further embedding deeply ingrained prejudices into the public consciousness and paving the way for unspeakable horrors. This escalating hatred culminated in World War II and the systematic, state-sponsored genocide known as the Holocaust. Under the leadership of Adolf Hitler, Nazi Germany implemented a final solution to the Jewish question: an industrial-scale plan to exterminate all Jews in Europe. From 1941 to 1945, Jews from across Nazi-occupied Europe were rounded up, deported in cattle cars to extermination camps like Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, and Sobibor, and systematically murdered in gas chambers through mass shootings, starvation, and forced labor. Nazi Germany did not act alone, however, and was aided by other members of the Axis powers like Italy, Croatia, Romania, and later on Hungary, as well as puppet states like Vichy France and the Netherlands, and other paramilitary groups in Ukraine and the Baltic states. By the end of the war, approximately 6 million Jews, 2/3 of Europe's Jewish population, had been annihilated. A tragedy of unparalleled scale and barbarity that forever scarred Jewish history and the conscience of humanity. The Allied victory in World War II brought the world face to face with the unspeakable Nazi atrocities. The shocking discovery of the concentration camps created a new wave of global sympathy for the Jewish people and their desire for a homeland. This crucial shift in international opinion led to the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. The name Israel means one who struggles with God, and it became a new home for Jews from Europe and around the world, who immigrated to Israel in waves of Aliyah, establishing their homes.
So if the name Israel means one who struggles with God, and they think they're God's chosen people, that puts them in a kind of a bit of a conundrum, doesn't it? There you go.
Communities around their ancient ancestral homeland. These migrations further exacerbated tensions between Jews and Palestinians and other Arabs within the region, who also had their own historical claim over these lands and considered it their own ancestral homeland as well. This sensitive topic is beyond the scope of this video, and I shall address it in detail in the future. Moving on, early waves saw tens of thousands of Holocaust survivors and remnant communities from devastated European countries, including Poland, Romania, and Hungary, making their way to the new state. This mass migration continued throughout the 1950s, with Israel effectively doubling its population within its first few years. Later, in the 1970s and most significantly in the 1990s, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, a massive Russian Jewish migration to Israel occurred. Over 1 million Jews and their relatives from the former Soviet Union made Aliyah, profoundly impacting Israeli society, economy, and culture. These migrations from Europe, driven by both the push of lingering anti-Semitism and the pull of a sovereign Jewish homeland, reshaped global Jewish demography, leaving smaller, though resilient and increasingly diverse Jewish communities across various European countries today. From ancient exiles and medieval persecutions to the unimaginable horrors of the Holocaust, Jewish history is a story defined by its struggles and tragedies. Yet it's also a profound narrative of resilience, continuous migration, and an unwavering quest for security. Today, Jewish communities in Europe and worldwide carry this complex past with them, striving for a peaceful and prosperous future while never forgetting their history. As always, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, give it a like and smash that subscribe button. And if you really were like these wonderful people, and I
blah 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 blah. No. That's 6 million. I mean, all the damn time. It's always 6 million. 6 million, 6 million, 6 million, 6 million. Let's see, oh, yeah. All right. See, see. 1 second here. Oh, hey, you guys got a song or two? Sorry, I forgot to ask. Let's make them good too. Let's see. Trying to think here. Let's see. Trying to think. Oh man. Oh, fuck! I know who sings that too. Oh man. Oh. All right. All right. Coming up.
Pale eyed beauty, oh you move me, your tired side beat, just when I need to breathe. So smile, laugh and bruise and bleed. Oh, she loves me, she must be crazy to even want me, but she's got me right where she wants me. Right where she needs. Hear me, darling, won't you listen? 'Cause I got something and you've got to know. I ain't got long before I go. And the shadow man will come to reap the seeds I've sown. I'm ready for the change, and I'm ready for the end. And I'm ready for I wish you all of the best. I wish you'd give it a rest. My heart will overflow with the hate that you hold. Heart up and held to the stone. You've made this mountain your home. I see nothing but a molehill. I know you've lost all trust in me, girl. Pale-eyed beauty, oh, you move me. Your tired side beat, just when I need to breathe. So smile, laugh, and bruise and bleed. Oh, she loves me. She must be crazy to even want me, but she's got me right where she wants me. right where, right where she needs. Hear me, darling, won't you listen? 'Cause I got something you've gotta know. I ain't got long before I go. And the shadow man will come to reap the seeds I've sown. I'm ready for the change, and I'm ready for the end. And I'm ready for I wish you all of the best. I wish you'd give it a rest. My heart will overflow with the hate that you hold. Heart up and held to the stone. You made this mountain your home. I see nothing but a molehill. I know you've lost all trust in me, girl. And I'm ready for the change, and I'm ready for the end, and I'm ready for the change you see in you. Do you want to see it change in me?
That's why the whole Woodstock and all the civil rights movements and all that basically was MK Ultra and its, meaningful stages. And yeah, it definitely spirals out of control there. Project Artichoke, Operation, Project Bluebird. But because was it 1 second. Yeah, so Project Bluebird. From Project Bluebird spawned Project Artichoke, and Project Artichoke became Project MK Ultra. So there's MK Chickwit, MK Naomi, MK Dormouse. I mean, MK is all mind control. Sorry. So, got one more. And let me type this in. All right. Here is the last one.
Pale eyed beauty, oh, you move me. Your tired side beat, just when I need to breathe. So smile, laugh, and bruise and bleed. Oh, she loves me. She must be crazy to even want me, but she's got me right when she wants me. Right where she needs. Hear me, darling, won't you listen? 'Cause I got something and you've gotta know that I ain't got long before I go. And the shadow man will come to reap the seeds I've sown. I'm ready for the change, and I'm ready for the end. And I'm ready for I wish you all of the best. I wish you'd give it a rest.
Every time I mention, he just starts snarling and shit. That's great. When I'm breathing, he's dying inside. Makes me fucking happy, man. Thing is, none of them make me lose any sleep. Not one bit. All we do is just come out with fucking boom. You guys miss some. You guys want to rewrite everything else. Dickheads. So I do have a video. Shit. Shit. Did I fuck this up? I think I did. I think I did. Oh, I said, oh, maybe not. Might have some redemption. Man, I can't fuck this up, can I? Yeah, I can. One second. Dina made a video of our trip down the Snake River, and she put it through a song and everything. So we're gonna pull that up. Ah, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That guy's such a fucking snake too. Him and the other little yeah, got it. Ooh. And what was the other one's name? Gila Monster or something like that? Yeah, fucking complete. Yeah. Second. Still uploading. It's a pretty cool video. I mean, I'm glad she's getting good at technology because no. There's a whole nother story about that at a later time.
Pale-eyed beauty, oh, you move me. Your tired side, babe, just when I need to breathe. So smile, laugh, and bruise and bleed. Oh, she loves me. She must be crazy to even want me, but she's got me right where she wants me. Right where she needs.
Feeds me quite well, if you haven't noticed. Jesus. But yeah, I mean, it was a blast. I mean, just the whole trip, it was just, I mean, hang out with family and help them out, a little bit. And it was just nice to just take a little time off and, get our bearings straight. But we still kept a little bit in the loop, but not so much that, but I did get a lot highlighted while I was gone. So, yeah, I mean, we got a lot to go over. So, then what is it? Oh, wait. Hold, no, whoa. I gotta go back up here. What is it? Qless from Rumble said moon shining tonight. Where are you located? Because hey, Haunted, you're late. You're early for Sunday. Oh man, this shit is just because I hope she's still here, whoever it is. I don't know. I'm sorry if I misgendered you. Because if somebody's saying that the moon is shining tonight, how can they have a black moon on Saturday night? Come on, man. Well, it is kind of funny though. So, oh man, come on. Can be this. Oh. So we stated about 2016 there were also 2 new moons in July, leading to a black moon, right? But then it happens in 2025 in August, which is less than 10. It's 9 years. But there's one thing about those 2 months. They're named after specific people. Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar. Looks like we found our third. Woo! Oh. Sunday is going to be big. You said today, but trying to do this and get this going. Trying to think here. That's that. I believe that is it. I mean, for now, not it, because I mean, there's still a lot of stuff that like we've got Black Hat, Alice in Wonderland, more on Epstein, that new AI they're building in Arizona. That is going to be massive. If I think it is what it is, which I'm probably way off, but at least we'll give it a shot, right? I mean, what else can you do? Fake it till you make it, try it till you like it. So I want to thank everybody here. The Snake River, it was in Idaho. Snake River's massive. And let's see. Yeah, it was beautiful. Oh, and shit. I have to send a huge thank you too, because I mean, there's more came in. We're gonna talk about that Monday or Sunday, because we'll get more stuff in. But whoever sent the Dear Alice by L. Ron Hubbard disc set, I remember. I'm really bad. I mean, there's so many screen names. I try to keep track of it all, but if I did that, it'd be on another whole nother level. But this Dear Alice, and it's L. Ron Hubbard's lectures 1 through 8. that correlates with the Alice in Wonderland. We even said he was going to be a big part of it, and boy, oh boy, right again. Nope. It's Philip. Philip, thank you so much. I'm glad she's good with everybody else's names, but man, yeah, Bone, can't forget yours. I'm really trying, but as you see, there's so many different names coming out, and unless I'm highlighting yours, it'd be a lot easier. But yeah, so we will talk to you guys again Sunday. Make sure you keep your ears out. What's going on with Friday and Saturday this weekend, Friday and Saturday? You never know, because with Sessions giving his deposition today, and it seems like mum's the word on that. Oh, and the Wizard of Oz started tonight in Las Vegas at the Sphere. You can't make this shit up. And of course, it's a 9/11. Because the 2 8's a 10, the A can be either an 8 or the A for alpha for 1, which is 11, and the year is 2025. So it's, because remember, we could do that because in the drop, it has April, the A, and a kill box, right? So you can isolate the A as a 1. It could be a marker. So, yeah. I mean, Trump's meetings, now he's been, firing off on all cylinders. So, I think we're about to have a very, very interesting, and Monday's Labor Day, right? I believe. Let's see. Yep. Huh. Labor Day's a 9/11 too. September's a 19. 1 plus 9 plus 1 is 11. That's interesting. Bookend in 9/11s, especially at the end of August, August being a hot month. Then what's September start out with? Pay the guru a visit. Fuck. That guy probably fucking smells like Euro pastrami on the bottom of a fucking shoe in Arizona heat. Dirty. And what else was there? I think that's it so far. So we've got another Roman emperor, of course. It's gonna be awesome. Man, this is gonna be great. Because I can already see how this is gonna line up. Everything else, and all of our dates are still in play that we all have written up. So, man, not saying anything bad, but just and we also have some audios we're gonna play. Well, I'm gonna see how loud they get because we record them at Dina's mom's house and all that. So the audios that we just sit there and bullshit on and talk, but. So yeah, so we will see you guys again on Sunday at 11 a.m. Central. And remember, send Erica's mom, Ava, ton of prayers. Everybody else. And it's just Frank's son, I believe his name's Steven. Definitely send him ton of prayers too. It's just it really wears on you. It doesn't wear on you that, like physically or anything, but like not even so much emotionally, but just like, we want to keep everybody healthy till the end. But the best thing is that, well, if this is a hologram and we're an avatar, why couldn't somebody just reactivate all the avatars? Maybe that's what Christ was talking about. Remember, the incorruptible will rise again. they'll rise first. Well, you can't kill energy. Everybody's soul's a fractal. Just throwing it out there. I know we had to get real deep at the end, so. All right, guys. Love you guys, and we will see you guys again on